Chapter 325. Dian Province, Hidden Dragon Institute, Waiting Plaza. Seeing the badge appear in front of them, Mo Qingyun and the others no longer hesitated and put away their badges. After that, he released a stream of essence force into the accumulative points metal and refined it, creating a trace of resonance with himself, while Mo Qingyun and the others were refining their badges. The few old men on the high platform started to form hand seals one after another. Once these hand seals were formed, they were directed toward a large stone door on the left side of the plaza. As these hand seals landed on the stone door, the inscriptions on the door frame immediately flashed with a dazzling light, following which the stone door slowly opened and a whirlpool of light appeared from within. The transportation array had been activated. The transportation array has been activated. Quickly enter. After activating the transportation array, one of the elders urged the crowd with a tired tone. The duration of the examination is 10 days. After 10 days, you will be automatically transported here. After the first old man finished speaking, another old man added, in addition, the deeper you go into the training grounds, the stronger the demonic beasts will be. You must act according to your capabilities and not be greedy. Hearing the elder's words, the faces of the students in the plaza immediately turned solemn, and they nodded before walking into the transportation array. As the crowd entered the transportation array, Lung Chong and the others also walked towards the transportation array with arrogant expressions. Tang Su, first place in this year's grand examination is mine. No one can take it away from me, not even you, Tang Su. Lung Chong's expression was cold and arrogant as he looked towards the purple-clothed youth beside him and uttered these arrogant words. Lung Chong, even if you obtained first place in a grand examination, so what? Hearing Lung Chong's words, Tang Su laughed unconcernedly and mocked. From today onwards, the person with the highest grade martial spirit in Yen City is no longer you, but Mo Qingyun. Perhaps it won't be long before his cultivation surpasses yours. He's just a country bumpkin, so what if his talent is high? Hearing Tang Su's words, Lung Chong snorted disdainfully and said with a dark expression, if he defected to the Lung family and became a dog of the Lung family, perhaps he would still be able to survive in Yen City. Otherwise, he might just die in an accident one day. Lung Chong, by saying these words, you might make a terrifying enemy. Hearing Lung Chong's words, Tang Su laughed evilly and turned his head to look at the approaching Mo Qingyun. Kid, having 13 martial spirits is the biggest mistake of your life. Hearing Tang Su's words, Lung Chong smiled disdainfully. He also looked at Mo Qingyun and said coldly, sometimes being talented isn't a good thing. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Now that you've taken the lead, if you don't want to die early, you'd better go back to the countryside and pick up dung. Hearing Lung Chong's words, Mo Qingyun frowned and his expression turned cold. He curled his lips and said, you mean to say that after standing out, you should go back to the countryside and pick up feces? Then, before I arrived, didn't you say that you were picking up feces? Kid, you're courting death. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lung Chong's expression immediately darkened, and he was about to attack Mo Qingyun. Lung Chong, this is Dian Province. If you want to attack, you'd better think twice. Seeing that Lung Chong was defeated, Tang Su revealed a gloating smile and said to Lung Chong proudly, everyone, the transportation portal has been activated. Let's hurry up and enter the training grounds. At this moment, the white-clothed 9th Prince Yu walked over and mediated the situation. He then looked at Mo Qingyun and said, I heard Royal Sister Wu Yu mention you before. She seems to have a good impression of you. Good luck, brother-in-law Qingyun. Yu smiled lightly at Mo Qingyun and stepped forward, entering the transportation portal in a flash. Brother-in-law Qingyun? Hearing Yu's words, Mo Qingyun revealed a bitter smile and shook his head, thinking, this 9th prince is a quick kill. After Yu entered the transportation portal, Lung Chong coldly snorted and glanced coldly at Mo Qingyun before also entering the portal in a flash. Brother Mo, after the grand examination, Come visit my blood-refining hall when you're free. Tang Su smiled faintly at Mo Qingyun. He followed closely behind Lung Chong and entered the teleportation array. Definitely. Hearing Tang Su's words, Mo Qingyun smiled playfully and replied, "That's right." In order to dispel Qi Lian's doubts, he had to go to the blood-refining hall. Now that Tang Su had invited him, it was a good opportunity. Let's go in as well. After a short moment of silence, Mo Qingyun gestured to Lu Fangliang and the others and stepped into the transportation portal. Once he stepped into the transportation portal, Mo Qingyun's vision blurred and he arrived at the training grounds. What a dense flame energy! As soon as he arrived at the trial grounds, Mo Qingyun sensed a pure flame energy wrapping around him. After a short moment of shock, Mo Qingyun discovered that he had arrived at a huge island. The island's surface area was extremely wide, and one couldn't see the end of it. Everywhere was a sea of red vegetation. After a simple scan of the surroundings, Mo Qingyun discovered that in the center of the island, there was a group of volcano-like tall mountain peaks. Roar! At this moment, as Mo Qingyun was sizing up the island, a red demonic beast opened its bloody mouth and pounced on him. The demonic beast looked quite frightening, but its cultivation was not high. It was only a true energy realm LV7. Seeing this, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and threw a punch at it. Bang! Under Mo Qingyun's punch, the demonic beast's body exploded. It couldn't be more dead. As soon as the demonic beast died, a speck of light flew out of its body and into Mo Qingyun's medal. Then, Mo Qingyun discovered that there was an additional 1 on his medal, indicating that he had obtained a few points. At the same time, a ranking list appeared on his medal. 57,539th. Seeing his ranking, Mo Qingyun smiled helplessly and sighed. Everyone acted quickly. I wonder how Lung Chong and the others are ranked. Then, Mo Qingyun began to scan the ranking list. First place, Lung Chong, 1,953 points. Second place, Tang Su, 1,711 points. Third place, Yiyu, 1,205 points. Fourth place, Hun Qian, 1,076 points. Fifth place, Long Zhan, 834 points. 18th place, Long Yutian, 197 points. 19th place, Lu Fangliang, 188 points. 20th place, Ruo Shui, 173 points. 21st place, Ling Luo, 165 points. Brother Lu and the others are not to be outdone. Seeing everyone's ranking on the ranking list, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and said, "Looks like I can't just sit around and do nothing. I have to work hard to kill demonic beasts." Then, without hesitation, Mo Qingyun moved and headed towards the inner part of the island. After a while, a red demonic beast similar to a crocodile appeared in front of him. First level Yuan Dan stage. Looking at the red demonic crocodile in front of him, Mo Qingyun smirked and charged towards it directly. A minute later, under Mo Qingyun's violent attacks, the red demonic crocodile was killed. Once the red demonic crocodile died, a spot of light flew out from its body and entered the accumulative points medal. Then, the number 1 on Mo Qingyun's accumulative points medal became 6. At the same time, Mo Qingyun's ranking rose to 51,126. My ranking rose by 5,000. Looks like the difference in the rankings is not that big. Seeing his ranking rise, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and continued to head deeper into the island. Great Yin Dynasty Hidden Dragon Institute, an elegant courtyard. At this moment, a student hurriedly walked into the small courtyard. "Princess Wiyu, I found out who the person you asked me to investigate is." The student revealed an excited expression as he entered the courtyard and reported to the heroic-looking girl in front of him. Hearing the student's report, Yi Wuyu's expression immediately changed. She hurriedly said, "Quickly report to me what you found." At this moment, when Yi Wuyu was speaking, the quiet girl beside her also revealed a curious expression. "Yes, The student replied. After calming himself down, he said, during the registration, Wang Lan wanted to cut the queue and register before Mo Qingyun. This made Mo Qingyun very unhappy with his actions. Later on, they got into an argument. Could it be that Wang Lan bullied Mo Qingyun and made a move on him? Hearing the student's words, Yi Wuyo's face darkened, and she said angrily, they didn't make a move. Seeing that Yi Wuyo had misunderstood, the student immediately waved his hand and explained. After Wang Lan and Mo Qingyun got into an argument, the person in charge of registration even mocked Mo Qingyun and told Mo Qingyun to queue up again. For this reason, he even bragged about how awesome Wang Lan's martial soul was. The student took a deep breath and continued. When Wang Lan was bragging about his martial soul, young Master Long Yutian of the Long family appeared and released his martial soul to suppress Wang Lan's aura. Young Master Yutian seems to be very familiar with Mo Qingyun. He actually knows Brother Yutian. Hearing the student's words, the quiet girl's expression changed. She was surprised by this news. While the quiet girl was surprised, Yuio's expression was also slightly shocked. She said, continue. The student continued. When young Master Yutian suppressed Wang Lan's aura, another 4 people appeared beside Mo Qingyun and released their martial souls. Their martial souls were all grade 12, higher than Wang Lan's. Most importantly, they all said that they were Mo Qingyun's brothers. They are all Mo Qingyun's brothers. After hearing this, Yi Wuyo and the quiet girl were both startled, revealing a look of astonishment. Not only that, Mo Qingyun also released his martial soul. At this moment, the student's expression was excited. He continued, Mo Qingyun's martial soul is actually higher than young Master Lung Chong's. It's a grade 13 top-tier Scarlet Flame Dragon Martial Soul. A grade 13 top-tier Scarlet Flame Dragon Martial Soul. This kid's talent is actually so high. Hearing this, Yi Wuyo and the quiet girl's expressions immediately changed. They could no longer maintain their calm. Yi Wuyo stood up and said, Han Yin, let's immediately go to the waiting plaza and watch Mo Qingyun's performance in the grand examination. Chapter 326. After a short while, Yi Wuyo and Long Hanyin arrived at the waiting area. At this moment, there were many platforms built around the waiting area, with long benches placed on them. The benches on these platforms were all filled with people, all of them looking at the ranking screen in the middle of the square with nervous expressions. These people were the elders of the various clans of Flame Capital and the various kingdoms that were participating in the grand trial. They were all looking at the ranking screen to see how the juniors of their clans were doing in the grand trial. After Yi Wuyo and Long Hanyin arrived, they quickly saw the people from the 5 major powers on these platforms. The platform they were on was the most spacious. Not only were there benches, tables, and chairs, there were also people serving them tea. The high platform next to the 5 forces was much more simple and crude. There were only some benches and chairs, and there wasn't even a tea table placed on it. Even so, only the top clans of Flame Capital had the right to sit on these platforms. After scanning the situation in the square, Yi Wuyo and Long Hanyin did not hesitate and walked towards the platforms of the 5 major powers. Soon, the 2 girls arrived on the platform. Wuyo greets Royal Uncle Jinglei and the elders of the various clans. Hanyin greets Marquis Jinglei, grandfather, and the elders of the various clans. The 2 girls walked up the platform and bowed to the crowd. Wuyo, come sit with Royal Uncle. Your father just sent someone to look for you. Hanyin, come sit with grandfather first, then accompany me to meet your great-grandfather. Seeing the arrival of the 2 girls, Yi Jinglei and Long Wancho smiled and greeted the 2 girls. Mm. The 2 women responded and sat next to each other, between the Yi and Long clans people. At the moment when Yi Wuyo and Wang Chong sat down, the rankings on the light screen changed again. First place, Lung Chong, 9,251 points. Second place, Tang Su, 8,948 points. Third place, Yi Yu, 7,579 points. 4th place, Hun Xian, 6,205 points. 5th place, Long Zhan, 6,086 points. 10th place, Wang Lan, 5,577 points. 1000th place, Yang Wan, 397 points. The information of the top 1,000 was clearly displayed on the screen. However, Mo Qingyun's name was not in the top 1,000. In other words, he was not in the top 1,000. Mo Qingyun was praised so highly by all of you, but he is not even in the top 1,000. What a disappointment. At this moment, an elder from the Wang clan revealed a look of disdain and said with disdain, "Trash will always be trash. Even if you have a better martial spirit, it's still useless." Wang Guangyo, I don't agree with you. After all, Mo Qingyun is at the 9th level of the true energy stage. It's normal for him to not be able to enter the top 1,000. As soon as the Wang family elder finished speaking, a gray-robed elder from the Chu family retorted. He mocked, "In my opinion, you're just a petty old man. You're still brooding over the conflict between Mo Qingyun and Wang Lan. Chu Wenxuan, don't slander me. I, Wang Guangyu, am not a petty person." Seeing that his thoughts were exposed, Wang Guangyo's face flushed red as he hurriedly retorted. "Ha!" Chu Wenxuan laughed when he heard Wang Guangyu's words. He did not continue to argue with him. After that, everyone stopped talking and silently watched the ranking on the light screen. Trial grounds. 187 points. Rank 9,263. After looking at his points, Mo Qingyun frowned and said to himself, "The efficiency of killing them one by one is too low. Moreover, the cultivation of the demonic beasts here is too low. The points obtained from killing them are too little. It seems like I have to change my method." After thinking about it, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate and immediately went to the inner part of the island to kill the demonic beasts with higher cultivation. Since he had decided to go to the inner part of the island to kill the demonic beasts with higher cultivation, Mo Qingyun chose to ignore the demonic beasts along the way. However, Mo Qingyun ignored them. When they saw Mo Qingyun, they chased after Mo Qingyun relentlessly. After a while, a group of Yuan Dan stage demonic beasts appeared behind Mo Qingyun and chased after him. Some of the other academies along the way revealed looks of shock when they saw this scene. That kid is in trouble. He is being chased by so many Yuan Dan stage demonic beasts. A kid at the 9th level of the true energy stage actually provoked so many Yuan Dan stage demonic beasts. He must be tired of living. No, the direction he is running in seems to be the inner part of the island. Doesn't this mean that the deeper he runs, the stronger the demonic beasts he will encounter? At this moment, these people looked at Mo Qingyun with sympathy. They thought that Mo Qingyun was doomed. However, just as they thought that Mo Qingyun was going to die, Mo Qingyun suddenly stopped. Being chased by so many demonic beasts is not a good idea. I should get rid of them first. After Mo Qingyun stopped, he looked at the demonic beasts behind him and shook his head with a smile. Although these demonic beasts are not strong, if I kill them all together, I should be able to get a lot of points. After thinking about it, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate and immediately attacked the demonic beasts behind him. Myriad with swirling force, Mo Qingyun raised his hand and blasted out a palm. Then, a terrifying wave of origin energy gushed out from his palm. As soon as the origin energy was blasted out, it turned into origin energy plants and vines and wrapped around the demonic beasts. Faced with the entanglement of these plants and vines, the demonic beasts were caught off guard and were all tied up tightly. Roar! As soon as they were entangled by the origin energy vines and branches, these demonic beasts immediately screamed, and their bodies shriveled up rapidly. After a while, these demonic beasts died under the entanglement of the origin energy vines and branches and turned into a bag of skin. Then, light spots flew out from the demonic beasts' bodies and entered Mo Qingyun's points medal. 469 points, 989th place. After killing the demonic beasts in front of him, Mo Qingyun looked at his points and ranking. He had already rushed into the top 1,000. The efficiency of killing demonic beasts is not bad. After realizing this, Mo Qingyun's expression suddenly changed. An idea arose in his mind. He thought to himself, if this is the case, I can use my incarnation to lure the demonic beasts and then let my original body kill them. After thinking about it, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and immediately began to act. After a while, Mo Qingyun disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. After seeing Mo Qingyun disappear into the distance, everyone came back to their senses and revealed a shocked expression. Dozens of demonic beasts of the first, second, and third level of Yuan Dan stage were killed so easily. Who was that guy just now? He's so strong. Could he be Lung Chong? Other than Lung Chong, I don't think anyone is so strong. Isn't Lung Chong at the peak of the third level of Yuan Dan stage? It can't be Tang Su either. Tang Su and Lung Chong are at the same level. He seems to be Mo Qingyun, a genius at the peak of the 13th level. For a moment, everyone was guessing Mo Qingyun's identity. In the waiting square, 2 hours have passed, and that Mo Qingyun still hasn't entered the top 1,000. In my opinion, he has no chance of entering the top 1,000. Wang Guanyu looked at the ranking on the screen and saw that Mo Qingyun still hadn't entered the top 1,000, so he said disdainfully. It seemed that Wang Guanyu was still holding a grudge about the conflict between Mo Qingyun and Wang Lan. Mo Qingyun has entered the top 1,569 points, 989th place. Just as Wang Guanyu finished speaking, an excited voice came from the crowd. Mo Qingyun's name finally appeared on the ranking on the screen. 989th place. Mo Qingyun, 469 points. Seeing this, Chu Wenxuan, the elder of the Chu family, smiled faintly. He looked at Wang Guanyu and said, Wang Guanyu, you have to slap yourself. Mo Qingyun has entered the top 1,000. Humph. It was just a moment of good luck that he encountered a heavily injured mid-tier origin core stage demonic beast and was luckily killed by him. Wang Guanyu was displeased. He said disdainfully, it won't be long before he falls back to the top 1,000. At this moment, before Wang Guanyu could finish speaking, Mo Qingyun's ranking changed again. He moved up another 100 places. 879th place. Mo Qingyun, 738 points. Wang Guanyu. Mo Qingyun's luck is really good. He actually encountered a severely injured middle-level Yuan Dan stage demonic beast. Seeing this, Chu Wenxuan smiled faintly and replied to Wang Guanyu. The mockery in his words was self-evident. Chu Wenxuan, what do you mean? Are you trying to make things difficult for me? Hearing Chu Wenxuan's words, Wang Guanyu was flustered and exasperated. He glared at Chu Wenxuan and shouted, Nothing. I'm just saying what I think. Facing Wang Guanyu's anger, Chu Wenxuan smiled faintly and didn't take it to heart. While Wang Guanyu and Chu Wenxuan were arguing, Yi Wuyo and Lin Mingyao were surprised to see Mo Qingyun's ranking. Junior Han Yin. Mo Qingyun has entered the top 1,000. Yi Wuyo's face was full of surprise as she exclaimed. She was surprised by Mo Qingyun's performance. 9th level of the True Energy stage and entering the top 1,000 in the Grand Examination. As expected of someone with a top grade 13 martial spirit. After hearing this, Long Hanyin's face was full of excitement as she exclaimed, Junior Han Yin, do you think Mo Qingyun will enter the top 100? Yi Wuyo's face was full of curiosity as she asked Long Hanyin. It should be quite difficult. After all, his cultivation is too low. Long Hanyin's expression changed as she replied. While Long Hanyin and Chu Wenxuan were conversing, Yi Jinglei and the others were also conversing. Looks like Mo Qingyun has already adapted to the training grounds. After this, his ranking should continue to rise. Yes, after all, he is a genius with a top grade 13 martial spirit. With his talent, his ranking should be higher than this. However, I really want to know, what is his limit? It should be around the top 100. Any further, and it will be impossible. The top 100 is a bit difficult. My guess is that he should be in the top 300. Chapter 327. Under the watchful eyes of Yi Jinglei and the others, Mo Qingyun's ranking soared. Not long after, Mo Qingyun's ranking entered the top 500. However, after Mo Qingyun's ranking entered the top 500, the speed at which it rose did not slow down. It continued to rise rapidly. Following this, Mo Qingyun continued to refresh his ranking at this speed. 15 minutes later, on the light screen, Mo Qingyun's ranking flashed again and rose by a few dozen places. 296th place. Mo Qingyun, 3,327 points. At this moment, Mo Qingyun's ranking finally entered the top 300. After seeing this result, Long Tianqiu and the others' expressions changed. Their faces were filled with shock. They did not expect Mo Qingyun's ranking to enter the top 300 so quickly. Looks like we've underestimated his potential. From the looks of it, he should have a chance to enter the top 100. Based on this momentum, he does have a chance to enter the top 100. However, after entering the top 100, it will be difficult to advance further. What a pity. If he had a cultivation of the third level of the Yuan Dan stage, he might have been able to enter the top 3. Yes, time waits for no man. What a pity. For a moment, Long Tianqiu and the others' expressions were filled with shock. They could not help but sigh in their hearts. Lung Chang's name has changed color. It has turned red. His points have exceeded 100,000. At this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly cried out in surprise. Hearing this cry, everyone's gaze shifted to the first place on the ranking. First place, Lung Chong, 103,277 points. Second place, Tang Su, 97,522 points. Third place, Yi Yu, 79,523 points. Fourth place, Hun Yang, 76,446 points. Fifth place, Hun Qian, 60,328 points. 10th place, Wang Lan, 39 points. 271 SD place, Mo Qingyun, for 1,189 points. However, when they saw the fourth name, their expressions changed greatly. Who is this Hun Yang? He actually made it to fourth place. Just now, we were paying attention to Mo Qingyun and neglected this person. Looks like he's a dark horse. Hun Yang's martial soul doesn't seem to be anything special. It's only a first-rate rank 11 Raging Flame, Snake, martial soul. This Hun Yang is not simple. Although his martial spirit's rank is not high, he has the Evil Eye physique, one of the 3,000 unique physiques. He actually has 3,000 unique constitutions. No wonder it's like this. For a moment, Hun Yang became the topic of discussion for everyone. Everyone's attention was diverted from Mo Qingyun. However, just as everyone's attention was diverted, Mo Qingyun's ranking shot up again. 97th place. Mo Qingyun, 6,587 points. Mo Qingyun's ranking has entered the top 100. Seeing the change in Mo Qingyun's ranking, Yi Weio's expression was one of shock and excitement. 97th place. Will his ranking continue to rise? Long Hanyun's jade-like hands pinched the corner of her clothes. Her face was filled with excitement, as if her own ranking had increased to 97th. 97th place. Mo Qingyun, 6,587 points. Seeing Mo Qingyun's ranking enter the top 100, the expressions of Yi Jinglei and the others changed greatly. Mo Qingyun had entered the top 100. They had originally thought that by the end of the grand examination, Mo Qingyun would be able to enter the top 100. Who would have thought that in just half a day, Mo Qingyun's ranking would directly enter the top 100? This kind of speed of improvement was truly beyond their expectations. Brother Tianqiu, we seem to have underestimated Mo Qingyun's potential. Looking at his current trend, he seems to have a chance of entering the top 50. Entering the top 50 will be difficult, but entering the top 80 should be possible. A true element stage, 9th stage cultivator entering the top 80. In the history of the grand examination, it seems to have only happened once. Only once, And that was when founding Elder Long Eyebrow entered Dian Province to participate in the grand examination. At this moment, the hearts of the crowd immediately tensed up. Will Mo Qingyun surpass founding Elder Long Eyebrow? At this moment, in the hearts of the crowd, they all wanted to know the result. On the island of the trial grounds. Pung, pung, pung. Under Mo Qingyun's attacks, one monster after another was forcefully killed by him, turning into minced meat. When a monster was killed, specks of light flew out from the monster's body and entered his medal. 9,255 points, 92nd place. Seeing his own points and ranking, Mo Qingyun did not reveal a satisfied expression, but instead frowned. First place, Lung Chong, 118,525 points. Second place, Tang Su, 99,229 points. Seeing the points of the first and second place, Mo Qingyun's brows tensed up even more, thinking to himself, although this method of killing monsters increases the speed of gaining points, it's still far from enough to get first place. I have to change to another method. Immediately after, Mo Qingyun began to ponder, trying to find a faster way to hunt demonic beasts. Right? I can set up a formation and let my clone lure monsters into the formation, then use the formation to kill them. Once this idea appeared, Mo Qingyun's face lit up, thinking to himself, now that I have a lot of formation materials in my Chinquin bag, if I work together with the 9 temples, we should be able to set up a level 4 formation. With a level 4 formation, it should be possible to kill monsters below the Dan Palace stage. With this thought, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and immediately headed towards the inner part of the island. Killing a Yuan Dan stage monster can earn me a few hundred or even a few thousand points. Killing a Yuan Dan stage monster is equivalent to killing a group of beginner and middle stage monsters of the Yuan Dan stage. The more he thought about it, the more impatient Mo Qingyun became. Next, Mo Qingyun used the teleportation gate to hasten his journey while entering the Heixian Hall to recover. After a few hours, Mo Qingyun arrived at the inner part of the island. Because he didn't kill any demonic beasts during this process, his ranking dropped a lot during this period of time. 177th place. Mo Qingyun, 9,255 points. In just a few hours, his ranking had dropped by more than 100 places. It seemed that the competition was still very fierce. However, Mo Qingyun did not care about this, because once he used the formation to kill monsters, his points would definitely rise at an alarming rate. His drop ranking would quickly rise back up. With this thought, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and immediately began to set up the formation. Just like this, after a few hours, Mo Qingyun's formation was finally completed. In the time it took to set up the formation, Mo Qingyun's ranking dropped by a lot again. It had already dropped out of the 300th place, falling really fast. Seeing that his ranking had dropped out of the 300th place, Mo Qingyun smiled bitterly and mocked himself. This is really like rowing a boat against the current. If I don't advance, I will fall back. After mocking himself, Mo Qingyun no longer cared about the ranking. As the saying goes, chopping wood is not about sharpening the knife. Now that his formation was completed, the sharpening of the knife would be more effective when killing monsters. Although the Earth Fire Gushing Spring formation is a level 4 killing formation, with the help of the flame power of this island, it should be able to unleash the power of a level 5 formation. Looking at the formation in front of him, Mo Qingyun revealed a satisfied smile. He clapped his hands and said, "Since the formation is completed, it's time to lure the monsters over." After Mo Qingyun finished speaking, he no longer hesitated and split up with his incarnation to lure the monsters and bring them into the formation. In Mo Qingyun's opinion, the efficiency of 2 people to lure the monsters should be higher. Anyway, he had nothing to do now. In the waiting square, like I said, this kid could enter the top 1,000 purely because of luck. Seeing that Mo Qingyun's ranking dropped again and again, Wang Guanyu revealed a gloating smile and said with a proud expression. After saying those words, Wang Guanyu revealed a proud expression and looked at Chu Wenxuan with a smile. Chu Wenxuan, Do you still think that this kid's ranking will rise? I'm afraid it won't be long before his ranking falls out of the top 500. In the previous period of bickering, Mo Qingyun's ranking rose all the way, causing Wang Guangyo to lose face. Now that Mo Qingyun's ranking fell, he finally regained some face. How could this be? Seeing this scene, Chu Wenxuan revealed a puzzled expression and thought to himself, could it be that Mo Qingyun is injured? Otherwise, how could his points not rise after such a long time? At this moment, Chu Wenxuan was puzzled. Mo Qingyun's behavior was too abnormal. While Chu Wenxuan was puzzled, the people from the five major forces also frowned, not understanding Mo Qingyun's situation. Brother Tianqiu, do you think this Mo Qingyun is injured? Yi Jinglei's expression was solemn as he asked Long Tianqiu. He was worried about Mo Qingyun's situation. After all, Mo Qingyun's points suddenly stopped rising in the past few hours. This wasn't a good sign. It's very possible. Long Tianqiu furrowed his brows and secretly sighed. With his talent, if he were to suffer a serious injury during the grand examination, that would be too much of a pity. I hope that kid is fine. It's rare for a genius with a top-grade 13 martial spirit to appear. Yi Jinglei's expression was solemn as he sighed. Yeah, it would be a pity if this kind of genius fell halfway. Do you think this kid is being chased and hiding, not daring to kill the monsters? We can't rule out this possibility. We can only hope that he's fine now. The people from the other clans also sighed, while Yi Jinglei and the others were talking. Yi Weio's face was filled with worry as he asked Long Hanyin with a tense expression, Junior Hanyin, do you think Mo Qingyun is in danger? I don't know either. Hearing Yi Weio's words, Long Hanyin frowned and replied to Yi Weiyo. Mo Qingyun's name seems to have disappeared. However, before she could finish speaking, she suddenly realized that Mo Qingyun's name had disappeared. Hearing Long Hanyin's words, Yi Weiyo also realized that Mo Qingyun's name had disappeared. Her face paled as she said worriedly, could it be that he... But before Yi Weiyo could feel sad, her eyes widened as she looked at the 10th place in disbelief. 10th place, Mo Qingyun, points, 56, 831 11th place. Wang Lan, points, 52, 317. Seeing this scene, he and Long Hanyin were dumbfounded, their heartbeats immediately accelerating. Chapter 328. Mo Qingyun was now in the 10th place. Furthermore, he had jumped from the 300s to the 10th place. Such a speed of improvement was simply too fast. How many demonic beasts would he have to kill in such a short time? 100? 1,000? Or 10,000? He's now in the 10th place. Yi Weiyo and Long Hanyin were excited. Their chests heaved up and down, and they couldn't calm themselves down. This scene was truly beyond their expectations. 10th place. Yi Jinglei and the rest were stunned. They thought they had seen wrongly. They shook their heads and closed their eyes. However, when they opened their eyes, Mo Qingyun's name was still in the 10th place. He was really in the 10th place. At this moment, they finally believed that they hadn't seen wrongly. Didn't this mean that Mo Qingyun had not only broken founding Elder Long Eyebrow's record, but had also surpassed him? Long Tianqiu and the others were even more shocked when they thought of this. Not long ago, they were still estimating Mo Qingyun's ranking. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, Mo Qingyun would break their estimation? Brother Tianqiu, this, Yi Jinglei was shocked. He looked at Long Tianqiu and said, what do you think is the limit of Mo Qingyun's ranking? I can't tell. I've underestimated this little guy. After a short moment of silence, Long Tianqiu smiled bitterly and sighed. If his ranking was rising bit by bit, I could make a guess. But with this speed, I can't make a guess. While Long Tianqiu and the rest were shocked, the others were also shocked. Isn't Mo Qingyun only at the 9th level of the true energy realm? How could he be in the top 10? At this moment, someone's heart was filled with doubt, and he asked in confusion, could it be that he met 2 demonic beasts in the Pill Palace realm and killed them? That's why his points soared. Someone guessed. That must be it. As soon as that person finished speaking, someone from the Long family said in disdain, "Oomph. A guy like him who relies on luck won't be able to stay in the top 10 for long. This damn brat. How could he have such luck?" Seeing Mo Qingyun's but riding on Wang Lan's head, Wang Guanyu immediately felt disgusted. This was a blatant slap to his face. It wasn't a slap, but a slap with her butt. At this moment, Wang Guanyu's face was as red as a pig's liver. Wang Guanyu, this Mo Qingyun's luck is really good. Could it be that he encountered a severely injured Pill Palace realm demonic beast? Seeing Mo Qingyun overtake him, Chu Wenxuan's mood instantly brightened, revealing a carefree expression. The scene before his eyes was truly a reversal of fortune. Hearing Chu Wenxuan's words, Wang Guanyu's expression turned ugly. He could naturally tell that Chu Wenxuan's words were filled with mockery. "It's just luck," Wang Guanyu snorted and said disdainfully. "Without strength, it's useless to rely on luck. Even if he entered the top 10 now, it won't be long before he falls back down. I don't believe that he can always encounter a half-dead Pill Palace realm demonic beast." At this moment, without waiting for Wang Guanyu to finish his words, his mouth was wide open and he couldn't say anything else. This was because not only had Mo Qingyun's points increased again, but he had even surpassed the person in 9th place and jumped to 9th place. 9th place, Mo Qingyun, 77,215 points. 10th place, Bai Yu, 64,827 points. 11th place, Wang Lan, 59,873 points. At this moment, Mo Qingyun's ranking. Mo Qingyun, 9th place. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned once again. They couldn't believe this scene. Wang Guanyu, Mo Qingyun seems to have encountered another heavily injured Pill Palace realm demonic beast. Chu Wenxuan was shocked at first. Then he looked at Wang Guanyu mockingly and said, "Say, don't you think Mo Qingyun's luck is too good?" Hearing Chu Wenxuan's proud words, Wang Guanyu's expression turned unfriendly. He snorted and said, "Humph. Chu Wenxuan, you don't have to be so proud. At this speed, it won't be long before he overtakes your Chu family's Chu phone." After hearing Wang Guanyu's words, Chu Wenxuan's expression changed, revealing a trace of worry. Now, Mo Qingyun was in 6th place with 148,217 points. With Mo Qingyun's speed, he might really overtake him soon. Although he was worried, Chu Wenxuan didn't show it. He said indifferently, "So what if he overtakes Chu Feng? At most, he will fall back 1 place. Your Wang Lan is different. He has been squeezed out of the top 10. TSK, TSK. Chu Wenxuan, ew." Hearing Chu Wenxuan's words, Wang Guanyu was furious. His old face was red with anger. It had to be said that Chu Wenxuan's words were too ruthless. They directly stabbed Wang Guanyu's Achilles heel. "Oomph." Glaring at Chu Wenxuan, Wang Guanyu snorted and turned his head away, ignoring Chu Wenxuan. Seeing Wang Guanyu suffer, Chu Wenxuan revealed a joyful expression. He raised his head like a victorious rooster. Next, everyone stared at the light screen, watching as Mo Qingyun's ranking constantly refreshed. 2 hours later, Mo Qingyun's name turned red. This meant that his points had exceeded 100,000. At this moment, Mo Qingyun's ranking entered the 8th place with 109,921 points. 4 hours later, Mo Qingyun's ranking was refreshed again, entering the 7th place. 7th place, Mo Qingyun, 141,219 points. 8 hours later, on the light screen, Mo Qingyun's ranking rose again. 6th place, Mo Qingyun, 215,325 points. 16 hours later. Look, Lung Chong's name turned golden. His points have exceeded 1 million. At this moment, someone in the square suddenly exclaimed in shock. On the light screen, the name of Lung Chong, who was ranked first, had indeed turned golden. First place, Lung Chong, 1,001,532 points. Second place, Tang Su, 978,923 points. Third place, Mo Qingyun, 712,743 points. At this moment, the light screen displayed the top 3 rankings. When everyone saw the name of the third place, they were immediately shocked. Mo Qingyun had entered the top 3. Seeing this, everyone's heartbeat immediately accelerated. Was Mo Qingyun going to fight for first or second place? Could Mo Qingyun surpass Lung Chong and Tang Su? At this moment, everyone looked nervous and their hearts were filled with anticipation. Third place. Yi Wuyo and Long Hanyin looked at each other. They were both excited and clenched their fists tightly. Mo Qingyun's performance had greatly exceeded their expectations. On the island of the trial grounds, puff! The long sword in Lung Chong's hand emitted a terrifying aura, killing several LV7 and LV8 Yuan Dan stage demonic beasts. After killing these demonic beasts, Lung Chong's face suddenly became gloomy and cold, because he saw that Mo Qingyun's ranking had risen to the third place. Third place. Lung Chong raised his eyebrows and revealed a surprised expression. He thought to himself, I have the help of the low-grade evil beheading sword, and Tang Su has the low-grade sacrificial blood golden wheel. They can kill LV7 and LV8 Yuan Dan stage demonic beasts and barely battle LV9 Yuan Dan stage demonic beasts. That's why they can increase their points so quickly. Could it be that Mo Qingyun also has a low-grade magic weapon? I didn't expect you to have a low-grade magic weapon. I underestimated you. At this moment, Lung Chong's eyes flashed coldly, revealing a trace of killing intent. He said coldly, however, you'd better not let me meet you. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you become a ghost with my evil beheading sword. After saying this to himself, Lung Chong moved and continued to search for demonic beasts to kill. Third place, what a surprise. Tang Su saw Mo Qingyun's ranking and revealed a faint smile. He thought to himself, looks like you're the real dark horse in this grand examination. Compared to Han Yang, you're still far behind. After saying this, Tang Su didn't say anything else and immediately started slaughtering the demonic beasts around him. Under Tang Su's attack, the golden wheel in his hand immediately shone with a crimson color and exploded with a shocking bloody mist, swallowing the demonic beasts around him. Once these demonic beasts were swallowed by the bloody mist, their auras immediately weakened. Not long after, they were all killed by the sacrificial blood golden wheel. The other participants of the grand examination were similarly shocked when they saw Mo Qingyun's ranking. At this moment, while the crowd was shocked by Mo Qingyun's ranking, at the center of the island, at the foot of a huge volcano, a delicate and pretty young man with a faint smile on his face watched as dots of light flew out from the bodies of demonic beasts and entered his medal. Points, 85217. Only 200,000 points away from second place Tang Su. Seeing his ranking, Mo Qingyun revealed a satisfied smile. He secretly rejoiced. If this continues, it won't be long before my ranking surpasses Tang Su's. With this thought, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and prepared to continue luring demonic beasts. However, as Mo Qingyun took a step forward, he revealed a trace of hesitation. I've already killed most of the demonic beasts in this area. Running too far away to lure demonic beasts is a waste of time. Mo Qingyun's eyebrows furrowed as he pondered how he could save more time. He thought to himself, why don't I remove the formation and set it up again in a different place, then lure the demonic beasts into the formation? This way, I can save a lot of time. With this thought, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and immediately dismantled the earthly fire-gushing spring formation and collected all of the formation's materials. 2 hours later, the earthly fire-gushing spring formation was dismantled by Mo Qingyun and all of the formation's materials were collected by him. Following this, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and continued towards the mountainside of the volcano. Not long after, Mo Qingyun arrived at the mountainside of the volcano and prepared to set up the earthly fire-gushing spring formation here to hunt demonic beasts. Roar! However, at this moment, just as Mo Qingyun was about to make his move, a huge red figure flew towards him from the mountaintop with an imposing aura. Flying in the air, This was a Dan Palace demonic beast. Dan Palace demonic beast. Chapter 329. It was a demonic beast with a pair of huge eagle wings and a body similar to that of a tiger. Its tail was like a scorpion's tail with poisonous stingers. When Mo Qingyun was sizing up the demonic beast, it was already in front of him, waving its claws at him. Red eagle scorpion tiger. After sizing it up, Mo Qingyun recognized the origin of the demonic beast, and his expression immediately turned serious. Red eagle scorpion tiger was much harder to deal with than demonic beasts of the same level. Not only did it have the agility, strength, and physique of a tiger, but it also had the eyes of an eagle and a tail like a scorpion with poisonous stingers. It could be said that the red eagle scorpion tiger was an abnormal existence that could attack and defend at the same time with poisonous stingers. Raptor break. After being stunned for a short while, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate and immediately retreated. Then, Mo Qingyun's body turned into a shadow and disappeared from where he was. However, just as Mo Qingyun dodged, the red eagle scorpion tiger chased after him and waved its huge tiger claws at him. The difference in level is too big. I'm not a match for the red eagle scorpion tiger. After a short fight, Mo Qingyun knew that he could not kill the red eagle scorpion tiger. Then, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate and immediately controlled the Hexian Palace to summon the eye demons. After a short while, tens of thousands of eye demons were summoned by Mo Qingyun. After summoning the eye demons, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate and immediately ordered Mo, son, you guys kill the red eagle scorpion tiger. Yes, young lord. Hearing Mo Qingyun's order, Mo's son responded and released an eye power ray at the red eagle scorpion tiger with the other eye demons. In an instant, a terrifying eye power ray blasted the red eagle scorpion tiger. Puff! After being hit by the eye demon, the red eagle scorpion tiger was blasted into powder and not even its bones were left. Under the attack of the eye demon, even the white light that was used to calculate points was not left. No points? After discovering this, Mo Qingyun immediately revealed a surprised expression. He frowned and said, "It seems that borrowing the strength of others to kill demonic beasts should not be able to obtain points." At this moment, just as Mo Qingyun was feeling slightly disappointed, a red ball of light appeared where the red eagle scorpion tiger had been killed. A mystical force was being emitted from the crimson ball of light. When he saw the red ball of light, Mo Qingyun was pleasantly surprised. This is the Scarlet Hawk Scorpion Tiger's origin of profundity. After discovering this, Mo Qingyun's expression became excited. He raised his hand and put away the origin of profundity. The origin of power Upanishad was the essence of the warriors and beasts' understanding of power Upanishad. Refining it could enhance the understanding of power Upanishad. At this moment, a shocking thought appeared in Mo Qingyun's mind. He guessed, could it be that after the Dan Palace realm demonic beasts died, their bodies would leave behind origin of power Upanishad? After thinking about this, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated. He immediately headed towards the peak of the volcano to search for the Dan Palace realm demonic beasts. When Mo Qingyun moved forward, Mo's son and the other eye demons followed closely behind. They were constantly shooting at the approaching Yuan Dan realm demonic beasts. 15 minutes later, a Dan Palace realm demonic beast with the head of a bull and the body of a snake appeared in Mo Qingyun's sight. Scarlet Flaming Bull Python. Looking at the Dan Palace realm demonic beast, Mo Qingyun immediately revealed a surprised expression. He said to Mo's son beside him, "Mo's son, kill the Scarlet Flaming Bull Python." Immediately, the Scarlet Flaming Bull Python was shot into pieces by the eye demons. Other than a ball of origin of power Upanishad, there was nothing left. Just as I guessed, after the Dan Palace realm demonic beasts are killed, they will leave behind a ball of origin of power Upanishad. After confirming his guess, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated. He continued to head towards the peak of the volcano to hunt the Dan Palace realm demonic beasts. In the following time, Mo Qingyun continued to hunt the Dan Palace demonic beasts and collect origin of power Upanishad. During this process, Mo Qingyun discovered that the origin of power Upanishad he collected were all origin of power Upanishad of the fire origin. All of them are origin of power Upanishad of the fire origin. After discovering this, Mo Qingyun's expression changed. He thought to himself, if I have enough origin of power Upanishad of the fire origin, my origin of power Upanishad of the fire origin will be able to reach the 9th level before breaking through to the Yuan Dan realm. If that's the case, I will be able to condense a 9th grade Yuan Dan. When he thought about condensing a 9th grade Yuan Dan, Mo Qingyun's heart became excited. He was even more eager to hunt the Dan Palace demonic beasts. Just like this, Mo Qingyun began to hunt the Dan Palace demonic beasts once again. While Mo Qingyun was wholeheartedly hunting the Dan Palace demonic beasts, his ranking was gradually being overtaken by others. He fell from the top 3. Mo Qingyun didn't care about this. He was confident that he would be able to overtake the top 3 within 3 days. For Mo Qingyun, the most important thing was to collect more origin of power Upanishad. This was related to the grade of his Yuan Dan. 2 days later, Mo Qingyun hunted the Dan Palace demonic beasts as he walked towards the peak of the volcano. He finally reached the peak. As soon as Mo Qingyun arrived at the top of the mountain, he felt a shocking flame energy erupt from the crater of the mountain. What a powerful flame energy! Feeling the flame energy that was rushing towards him, Mo Qingyun's expression changed. He was shocked. Judging from the flame energy before him, it would be difficult for him to continue approaching the volcano with his current strength. It seems like I can't continue approaching the volcano. Mo Qingyun's heart skipped a beat. He decided to stop approaching the volcano and head towards the other side of the mountain. However, just as Mo Qingyun was about to leave, he suddenly felt the scarlet flame dragon martial spirit throbbing. There seems to be something in the volcano that is causing the scarlet flame dragon martial spirit. After discovering this, Mo Qingyun revealed a look of hesitation. He was considering whether he should approach the volcano. After a moment of hesitation, Mo Qingyun made up his mind. He was going to explore the volcano. Immediately, Mo Qingyun approached the volcano. However, the closer he got to the volcano, the stronger the pressure of the flame energy in the air became. It seems like if I want to continue approaching the volcano, I have to raise the level of my fire profound. After thinking about this, Mo Qingyun took out the power Upanishad origins that he had collected before and started to refine and comprehend them. Then, Mo Qingyun started to refine the power Upanishad origins and comprehend the intent Upanishad. Mo Qingyun's aura also increased accordingly. 1 day later, the flame energy emitted from Mo Qingyun's body instantly became stronger. His aura also became more intimidating. His fire profound had reached the 5th level. Although his fire profound had reached the 5th level, Mo Qingyun did not stop. He continued to refine and comprehend the rest of the power Upanishad origins. 2 days later, at this moment, Mo Qingyun's aura increased once again. The flame energy around his body became denser. At this moment, Mo Qingyun's body seemed to be surrounded by a stream of flame. His aura was very intimidating. After 3 days of refining, he had finally refined all the power Upanishad origins in his body. 7-level fire profound. After sensing his own intent Upanishad, Mo Qingyun's face was filled with joy. Although he did not reach the 9th level, it was still pretty good to have such an improvement. As his comprehension of the profundity of fire increased, Mo Qingyun's resistance to the power of fire also became much stronger. Then, Mo Qingyun approached the mouth of the volcano. After a while, Mo Qingyun finally arrived at the volcano's crater while enduring the pressure and burning of the powerful flame energy. As soon as he arrived at the volcano's crater, Mo Qingyun saw that the lava inside the volcano's crater was churning like boiling water. As the lava churned, waves of terrifying heat waves spread out from within. Under the impact of these heat waves, Mo Qingyun's body unconsciously took a few steps back to avoid the heat waves. Roar! At this moment, when Mo Qingyun took a step back, the scarlet flame dragon martial soul suddenly left his body and flew into the volcano's crater. After seeing this, Mo Qingyun's expression changed drastically. He was shocked and said, "The scarlet flame dragon martial soul is about to awaken." When a martial soul awakened, it would have a sense of self-awareness. It would have some reaction to things that were beneficial to one's cultivation. The Scarlet Flame Dragon Martial Soul's action was undoubtedly a sign of a martial soul awakening. Once a martial soul awakened, its power would be even stronger. It would also have a significant boost to the martial artist's strength. Thinking of this, Mo Qingyun was excited. He had great expectations for the Scarlet Flame Dragon Martial Soul's awakening. Then, Mo Qingyun cultivated silently while waiting for the Scarlet Flame Dragon Martial Soul to return. 2 days later, boom! A loud sound came from the volcano's crater. Then, a huge red figure appeared in front of Mo Qingyun. It was the Scarlet Flame Dragon Martial Soul. At this moment, the Scarlet Flame Dragon Martial Soul was no different from a real dragon. This meant that it had completely awakened. However, what surprised Mo Qingyun was that there was a purple-red weapon in the Scarlet Flame Dragon Martial Soul's claws. It was a halberd. When Mo Qingyun saw the halberd in the Scarlet Flame Dragon Martial Soul's claws, the Scarlet Flame Dragon Martial Soul had already flown in front of him and tossed the halberd into his hand. Then, the Scarlet Flame Dragon Martial Soul shrank and entered Mo Qingyun's body. Scorching Flame Halberd. Holding the halberd in his hand, Mo Qingyun saw a few simple words on the halberd. Scorching Flame Monarch's Weapon. Seeing the words on the halberd, Mo Qingyun was shocked. He was a little surprised by the halberd's origin. Scorching Flame Monarch was the same as Qi Lian. He was once a peak transcendent realm expert and was only a step away from the sovereign realm. Who would have thought that his weapon would appear in this place? After a short moment of surprise, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate and began to refine the Scorching Flame Halberd. The Scorching Flame Halberd was a spiritual weapon. Once Mo Qingyun refined it, his strength would increase by at least 10 times. A day later, Mo Qingyun opened his eyes in surprise. He did not think that after refining the Scorching Flame Halberd, his fire ultimacy would reach level 9. Luckily, the grand examination is still over. There's still 1 day left. After calculating the time, Mo Qingyun's expression relaxed. If the grand examination was over, it would be troublesome for him to obtain the heavenly Spring Jade Dew. My ranking dropped to 11th. Chapter 330. Dian Province in the Waiting Square. I told you, this kid was just lucky. That's why his ranking rose so quickly. Seeing that Mo Qingyun's ranking had been surpassed by Wang Lan, Wang Guanyu immediately revealed a brilliant smile and said proudly, "Now that this kid has used up all his luck, not only did his ranking not rise, even his points didn't rise. He really is a useless piece of trash." Wang Guanyu, your words are too much. Relying on luck to obtain 800,000 points? Hearing Wang Guanyu's words, Chu Wenxuan rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, "Your current actions are completely petty, no different from a petty person intoxicated by success." Hearing Chu Wenxuan's words, Wang Guanyu's expression turned ugly, but he didn't argue with Chu Wenxuan. Chu Wenxuan, then tell me, it's already been 8 days. Why hasn't his points risen? Wang Guanyu didn't let him off, looking proudly at Chu Wenxuan and saying disdainfully, "Trash is trash. There's no point in you quibbling on his behalf." He didn't have any luck. That's why he showed his true strength. Otherwise, how could his points not rise for 8 days? There's only 1 day left in the grand examination. In my opinion, his points won't move in this last day. Wang Guanyu had a smug smile on his face as he crossed his legs, looking extremely pretentious. However, just as Wang Guanyu was feeling proud, his body suddenly trembled. He seemed to have noticed that on the screen of light, Mo Qingyun's points had changed. Then, Wang Guanyu nervously rubbed his eyes and looked at the screen of light again. He saw that Mo Qingyun's name was still below Wang Lan's. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief and comfort himself. Damn it. I've been paying attention to this kid's ranking these past few days. It's making me a bit careless. Mo Qingyun's points seemed to have moved. At this moment, just as Wang Guanyu said those words casually, Chu Wenxuan's expression suddenly changed, and he let out a shocked cry. His points changed. Hearing Chu Wenxuan's words, Wang Guanyu's expression twitched again, and he nervously looked at the screen of light. Although he felt that it was impossible, he still couldn't help but raise his head and look at the screen of light. Who? After taking a look, Wang Guanyu let out a deep breath. Mo Qingyun's ranking was still below Wang Lan's. However, just as Wang Guanyu exhaled, there was an uproar in the square. Mo Qingyun's points have gone up. It's gone up by 7,000. Look, Mo Qingyun's points have increased again. This time, it's increased by 12,000. Quick, look. Wang Lan has been overtaken by Mo Qingyun. Mo Qingyun is now in 10th place. For a moment, excited words came out from the mouths of the people in the square one after another. 10th place, Mo Qingyun, points 943,533. 11th place, Wang Lan, 929,867 points. On the light screen, Mo Qingyun's current points were displayed. Wang Lan had been overtaken. In just a few minutes, Wang Lan, who had surpassed Mo Qingyun by tens of thousands of points, had been overtaken by Mo Qingyun just like that. Seeing this scene, Wang Guanyu was so shocked that his body immediately trembled, revealing a nervous expression. Wang Lan had been overtaken? Hallucination? It must be a hallucination. Wang Guanyu muttered to himself and kept comforting himself. He rubbed his eyes desperately, trying to see more clearly. 10th place, Mo Qingyun, points 971,217. 11th place, Wang Lan, points 913,079. Wang Lan's points were more than 40,000 points away from Mo Qingyun. Now, the gap was widened by another 20,000 points. After this discovery, Wang Guanyu suddenly became sluggish. His face drooped, and his body revealed a sense of dejection. Wang Lan had been overtaken by Mo Qingyun so easily that she didn't even have the slightest bit of temper. Wang Guanyu, my memory isn't very good. What did you just say? At this moment, when Wang Guanyu's mood had hit rock bottom, Chu Wenxuan revealed a smug smile and said, "You just told me that Mo Qingyun won't get any more points, right?" Wang Lan's ranking seems to have been overtaken. Is there a problem with the light screen? Chu Wenxuan. Hearing Chu Wenxuan's words, Wang Guanyu was so angry that his face twitched. He was furious to the extreme. This Chu Wenxuan was clearly poking at his sore spot, deliberately exposing his scars. Moreover, it was the kind of thing that sprinkled salt on it. This Chu Wenxuan's intentions were really too sinister. Mo Qingyun's ranking has advanced by another place. He's entered the 8th place. At this moment, when Wang Guanyu was furious, a shocking voice came from the crowd. Then, everyone saw that Mo Qingyun's name had advanced by 1 place, replacing Tai Yin, who was in the 8th place. Then, everyone watched as Mo Qingyun's ranking slowly overtook the people in front of him. 2 hours later, on the light screen, Mo Qingyun's name jumped again, replacing the people in front of him and entering the 7th place. 6 hours later, on the light screen, Mo Qingyun's name jumped again, replacing Chu Feng and entering the 6th place. 20 hours later, at this moment, Mo Qingyun's name turned purple gold, and his points increased to 10 million. At the same time, Mo Qingyun's ranking became the 3rd place again. After seeing this scene, everyone felt as if they were dreaming. Mo Qingyun had overtaken them again, just like that. He entered the 3rd place again. He's in the 3rd place. Long Han Yin and Yi Wuyo both had nervous expressions when they saw the name flickering with a purple gold light on the light screen. They tightly clenched their fists. Could he enter the 1st place? At this moment, the two of them couldn't help but have such a thought. At this moment, it wasn't only Long Han Yin and Yi Wuyo who had such a thought. Everyone else in the waiting square also had the same thought. Of course, the Lung family and the people of the Blood Refining Palace didn't want Mo Qingyun to become the first place on the island of the trial grounds. Kill. Mo Qingyun held the scorching halberd in his hand and chopped at several high-level Yuan Dan demonic beasts in front of him, killing them in an instant. Bang! Under Mo Qingyun's attack, the demonic beasts were blasted into a bloody mist. Light spots flew out from their bodies and entered Mo Qingyun's metal. First place, Lung Chong, 25,739,254 points. Second place, Tang Su, 23,987,687 points. Third place, Mo Qingyun, 13,675,39 points. While collecting the points, Mo Qingyun looked at his current points and the gap between him and Tang Su. There's still more than 10 hours left. More than 10 million points. Looks like I have to speed up. After seeing his ranking, Mo Qingyun frowned slightly. He began to ponder in his heart, wanting to find a faster way. After thinking for a while, Mo Qingyun thought of a way. He was secretly happy. I can let a devil find the demonic beasts, and then let my clone attract the demonic beasts. Last but not least, my original body will kill them. This way, the efficiency will be much higher. After thinking about it, Mo Qingyun didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately ordered iDevil to find the demonic beasts. After giving the order to iDevil, Mo Qingyun asked his clone to lure the demonic beasts and gather them together. At the same time, Mo Qingyun's original body was also looking for demonic beasts to kill. From time to time, he would kill the demonic beasts lured by his clone. Once this strategy was carried out, Mo Qingyun's speed of gaining points immediately increased by several times. Soon after, the gap between him and Lung Chong rapidly narrowed. 12 hours later, Tang Su, who was in second place, was finally overtaken by Mo Qingyun and dropped to third place. First place, Lung Chong, 26,217,532 points. Second place, Mo Qingyun, 23,789,679 points. Third place, Tang Su, 22,978,667 points. On the light screen, the points of the top three were displayed. In the end, I was still overtaken by him. Seeing that his ranking was overtaken, Tang Su let out a bitter smile and sighed. What a perverse guy. How does this guy hunt demonic beasts? Second place. Seeing Mo Qingyun's ranking change, Lung Chong's face darkened and darkened. He said, "No matter who it is, they won't be able to steal my first place in the grand examination." After uttering these cold words, Lung Chong began to madly slaughter the surrounding demonic beasts. However, even though he slaughtered with all his might, he couldn't change the fact that the gap between him and Mo Qingyun was shrinking bit by bit. 3 hours later, the rankings on the light screen changed once again. Lung Chong was overtaken by Mo Qingyun. First place, Mo Qingyun, 27,239,632 points. Second place, Lung Chong, 26,965,547 points. Mo Qingyun was first. Seeing this scene, the crowd waiting in the plaza were all dumbfounded. Mo Qingyun really did it. He really overtook Lung Chong and became first place in the grand examination. Most importantly, Mo Qingyun overtook Lung Chong and the others in less than a day's time. This situation could only be said to be too abnormal. Elder Jeanine, in the history of the grand examination, were there any examinees who reached 30 million points? At this moment, Yi Jinglei saw Mo Qingyun's points and asked an elder from Dine province. No, the highest one was only a little over 29 million. When Elder Jean heard this, his face turned serious as he replied to Yi Jinglei. Marquis Jinglei, what do you mean? Hearing Yi Jinglei and Elder Jean Yin's words, Long Tiancho's expression changed, and he looked at Yi Jinglei in shock. Yes, Seeing Long Tianqiu's expression, Yi Jinglei didn't say anything else and only nodded. However, seeing their expressions, everyone immediately understood what he was thinking. He was wondering if Mo Qingyun would break the Dian province record. Could Mo Qingyun reach 30 million points? Chapter 331. There was still 2 hours before the grand examination ended. Mo Qingyun's points were still 2,700,000 short of the 30 million mark. Could he surpass history and create a miracle? At this moment, everyone's eyes were glued to the ranking screen, not daring to shift their gazes for even a second. They were afraid that if they shifted their gazes, they would miss this historic moment. Following that, time passed bit by bit as the crowd waited. 15 minutes had passed. On the ranking screen, first place, Mo Qingyun, points 28,073,322. Within 15 minutes, Mo Qingyun's points had increased by 700,000. There was still 45 minutes left before the grand examination ended. With Mo Qingyun's speed, there was hope for him to surpass 30 million. Thinking of this, the expressions of the people waiting in the square became even more tense. Another 15 minutes had passed. On the ranking screen, Mo Qingyun's points had once again been refreshed. First place, Mo Qingyun, points 29,034,352. Within this short period of time, Mo Qingyun's points had increased by more than 1 million. With half an hour left, at this speed, Mo Qingyun's points would definitely surpass 30 million. In other words, Mo Qingyun would soon break history and create a new record. Thinking of this moment, everyone's hearts became excited as they focused on the ranking screen. However, what surprised them was that within the next few minutes, Mo Qingyun's points suddenly stopped moving. What was going on? At this crucial moment, why did Mo Qingyun's points stop moving? Could it be that at this moment, he made a mistake? Could he still surpass history? At this moment, everyone's expressions were tense as they unconsciously clenched their fists, their hearts filled with nervousness. Grounds of the examination on the island. At this moment, a purple-haired youth and a three-eyed youth stood facing each other, their gazes cold as they stared at each other, their killing intent bursting forth. These two were Mo Qingyun and Han Yang. They had actually met. Mo Qingyun, I let you jump out of the bone-burying demon cave last time. This time, you're dead for sure. Han Yang coldly looked at Mo Qingyun. Killing intent surged in his eyes, and lightning flashed in his third eye. Han Yang, you're overconfident. Hearing Han Yang's words, Mo Qingyun revealed a playful smile and replied, even if you have obtained the inheritance of the three-eyed astral general, you are still like a stray dog in front of me. Then let's see who's stronger. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Han Yang didn't waste any more words. Lightning flashed in his third eye as he shot a beam of light at Mo Qingyun. Black thunder ice fiend, as soon as the light appeared, it emitted a shocking aura. It turned into a sword of ice and thunder, and shot towards Mo Qingyun's head at an extremely fast speed. Sword light of eye light. Facing Han Yang's attack, Mo Qingyun didn't hesitate at all. A red light appeared in his right eye and turned into a sword light with a shocking aura. As soon as this sword light appeared, the color of the surrounding sky changed, turning into a fiery red color. Puchi! The moment the cyan blue ice thunder sword Qi came into contact with the crimson saber light, it was shattered into pieces and dissipated. Although Mo Qingyun's cultivation wasn't as high as Han Yang's, the sword light in his eye was strengthened by the power of the 9th level profound meaning. Its power was definitely not something that the ice and thunder sword Qi could compare to. The sword light in his eye destroyed the ice and thunder sword Qi, but its speed didn't decrease in the slightest as it shot towards Han Yang. Ninth level profound meaning of fire. Sensing the aura of the sword light in his eye, Han Yang's expression changed drastically. His eyes were immediately filled with fear. Then, Han Yang's expression became one of reverence. He looked at Mo Qingyun and said in shock, "Your profound meaning of fire, when did it reach the 9th level?" "Do I need to tell you?" Mo Qingyun responded to Han Yang's question with disdain. He leaped up and charged towards Han Yang at an extremely fast speed. Mo Qingyun leaped into the air. Like a red eagle, he swooped down and chopped down at Han Yang with his halberd. As he waved the halberd, a red light suddenly appeared on it. It was like a red dragon that whistled towards Han Yang. This is a spiritual weapon. Seeing the scorching halberd in Mo Qingyun's hand, Han Yang's expression changed again. His expression became one of panic. After not seeing Mo Qingyun for a short period of time, not only had Mo Qingyun's strength increased greatly, but even his weapon had become much more powerful. This kind of situation was really beyond his expectations. Demonic Ghost Slash. Facing Mo Qingyun's halberd, Han Yang's third eye flickered with a faint light and released a shocking aura. Subsequently, a shocking black essence force burst out from Han Yang's third eye. Once this black essence force was released, it turned into a shocking sword light and rushed towards Mo Qingyun's scorching halberd. Chi. However, this demonic ghost slash didn't have the slightest resistance against Mo Qingyun's attack. It was blasted apart by Mo Qingyun. Mo Qingyun's halberd blasted apart the demonic ghost slash. The scorching halberd's speed didn't decrease as it rushed towards Han Yang. Bang! Under the attack of the scorching halberd, one of Han Yang's arms was forcefully chopped off. After his arm was chopped off, Han Yang immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. His face turned pale. However, Mo Qingyun didn't go easy on him because of this. With a flick of his wrist, the halberd in his hand changed from a slash to a sweep. It swept directly towards Han Yang's abdomen. His movements were decisive and straightforward. Bang! Another muffled sound was heard. The scorching halberd directly smashed into Han Yang's abdomen, causing Han Yang's body to bend like a prawn. Immediately after, Han Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, and his expression was extremely dispirited. If this goes on, I might really be killed by Mo Qingyun today. After being continuously attacked by Mo Qingyun, Han Yang's gaze towards Mo Qingyun was filled with reverence. Such a thought arose in his mind. No, I can't die here. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Han Yang no longer hesitated. He immediately prepared to escape and didn't dare to fight with Mo Qingyun again. The current Mo Qingyun was no longer someone he could fight. You want to escape? It's not that easy. Seeing that Han Yang was about to turn and run, Mo Qingyun's expression darkened. He rushed forward like an arrow and once again chopped down with his halberd at Han Yang. Bang! Due to his injury, Han Yang's speed was far slower than Mo Qingyun's. Facing Mo Qingyun's attack, he was once again hit by a powerful blow and his body was sent flying. Mo Qingyun, Han Yang, will make you pay for what you did today tenfold in the future. After receiving Mo Qingyun's attack, Han Yang let out a cold and sinister voice. Immediately, an eyeball flew out from his head. Demonic eye escape. As soon as this eyeball appeared, it flashed and disappeared into the air. At the same time, Han Yang's body fell limp to the ground, without a trace of life. I didn't expect Han Yang to have such a trump card. After seeing this scene, Mo Qingyun's expression changed slightly. He was somewhat surprised at Han Yang's trump card. After a brief moment of surprise, Mo Qingyun's expression darkened. He said coldly, "You're lucky today. The next time I see you, I'll definitely kill you." After saying this coldly, Mo Qingyun walked to Han Yang's body and raised his hand to collect his Qinkuan bag. After collecting Han Yang's Qinkuan bag, Mo Qingyun opened it and looked inside. With one look, Mo Qingyun's face was immediately filled with ecstasy. A jade bottle in Han Yang's Qinkuan bag attracted his attention. This jade bottle had the words "Purple Howl Snow Milk" written on it. Purple Howl Snow Milk. As soon as he saw this jade bottle, Mo Qingyun impatiently picked it up and examined it. After examining it for a while, Mo Qingyun was certain that this was Purple Howl Snow Milk. Moreover, it was of a higher quality. Now that I have the Purple Howl Snow Milk, as long as I obtain first place in the grand examination and obtain the heavenly spring jade dew, I'll be able to refine the heavenly spring quenching golden pill. As soon as this thought appeared, Imo Qingyun became excited. As long as the heavenly spring quenching golden pill was refined, he would be able to break through to the Yuan dance stage. There's still 15 minutes before the grand examination ends. However, my points are only 1 million more than Long Chong's. I still can't relax. Seeing the difference in points between himself and Long Chong, Imo Qingyun's expression became solemn. Without hesitation, he immediately began hunting monsters to obtain points. Following that, Imo Qingyun once again hunted monsters. The difference in points between him and Lung Chong was once again slowly widened. In the waiting plaza, seeing that Imo Qingyun's points had once again begun to rise, the crowd's expressions immediately changed. Imo Qingyun's points have risen. At this moment, someone let out an excited shout. Under this excited shout, the crowd's expressions immediately changed as they looked towards Imo Qingyun's name. It's finally moved. Seeing that Imo Qingyun's points had risen, the expressions of Yi Jinglei and the others immediately changed, revealing expressions of anticipation. The fifth-place Hun Yang's name seemed to have disappeared just now. At this moment, Long Tian Chao's eyebrows furrowed tightly, revealing an expression of shock. What? Hun Yang's name disappeared? How is this possible? There's only one possibility for a name to disappear, and that is that Hun Yang is dead. Just now, Imo Qingyun's points didn't move. This means that he wasn't hunting monsters. If he wasn't hunting monsters, could it be that he was fighting with someone, and the person he was fighting with was Hun Yang? If that's the case, then Hun Yang's death has something to do with Imo Qingyun, and it was Imo Qingyun who killed him. Once this thought appeared in the minds of the crowd, their expressions greatly changed as they were shocked by this thought. Imo Qingyun killed Hun Yang. If this news was true, then it was simply too shocking. If that's the case, then Imo Qingyun is this year's grand examination's true dark horse. After a short moment of silence, Yi Jinglei and the others' expressions were complicated as they let out a sigh. Yes, this year's grand examination seems to have become Imo Qingyun's personal show. Elder Jin Yin also let out a sigh as he let out a sigh. At this moment, as Yi Jinglei and the others were sighing, Hun Yang's name disappeared. Wang Lan's ranking has entered the top 10. Seeing Wang Lan's name once again enter the top 10, Wang Guangyu's expression improved slightly as he let out a sigh of relief. But before Wang Guangyu could finish his sigh, his expression began to twitch, his expression becoming extremely ugly, because he discovered that Wang Lan's ranking had once again been overtaken by someone called Lu Fangliang. Wang Lan had once again become 11th. More importantly, the grand examination had ended at this moment. In other words, Wang Lan's ranking had completely stabilized at 11th. Chapter 332. Following the rankings on the screen, everyone's points stopped changing, signifying the end of the grand examination. First place, Imo Qingyun, points 301,79545. Second place, Lung Chong, 28,700,462,248 points. Looking at the final points on the screen, everyone was stunned, feeling a wave of disbelief. The first place of this year's grand examination was actually a person at the 9th level of the true energy realm. More importantly, he actually broke the record of Dian province with his cultivation at the 9th level of the true energy realm. While everyone was still in shock, the students of the trial grounds returned to the plaza one by one. Not long after, Imo Qingyun was also sent back to the plaza along with the rest of the crowd. Seeing Imo Qingyun appear, the other students participating in the grand examination immediately revealed looks of respect, envy, worship, and jealousy. Boss, you're too awesome. Your points actually reached over 30 million. Cousin Qingyun, you and Brother Lu are still the best. Both of you enter the top 10. After Imo Qingyun returned to the plaza, Brother Lu and the others all walked towards Imo Qingyun and started chatting with Imo Qingyun. As Lu Fangliang and the others approached, Yu Wuyo and Long Hanyan also approached with smiles on their faces. First place in the grand examination. Junior, you really are surprising. Congratulations on obtaining first place in the grand examination. After the two girls approached, they congratulated Mo Qingyun. Boss, who are they? Seeing the two girls approach, Ling Luo's eyes immediately lit up and he asked Mo Qingyun. Hearing Ling Luo's words, Mo Qingyun introduced everyone to each other. After Mo Qingyun's introductions, everyone became more familiar with each other and started chatting with each other. Cousin Han Yin, I didn't think that you would actually know Brother Mo. How surprising. Looking at Long Han Yin in front of him, Long Yutian had a faint smile on his face as he joked. Since Mo Qingyun's identity had to be kept a secret, Long Yutian did not address Mo Qingyun as his cousin. I didn't expect Brother Royal Heaven to know Mo Qingyun. Long Han Yin also smiled faintly. She glanced curiously at Mo Qingyun and replied to Long Yutian. While everyone was talking, Ling Luo walked toward Yi Wuyo with a fawning expression and said with a smile, This, senior sister Wuyo, can I join Carefree Pavilion? You want to join Carefree Pavilion? Hearing Ling Luo's words, Yi Wuyo's face was first filled with shock, then joy. Ling Luo possessed a grade 12 martial spirit and was a rare talent. If he were to join the Carefree Pavilion, it would be a good thing. Of course you can. This is the Carefree token. Take it. Then, Yi Wuyo's face was filled with excitement. She took out a Carefree token and tossed it to Ling Luo. Senior sister Wuyo, Brother Lu, and the others also want to join Carefree Pavilion. While Yi Wuyo was pleasantly surprised, Mo Qingyun revealed an indifferent expression and pointed at Lu Fangliang and the others. They all want to join Carefree Pavilion? Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Yi Wuyo's face was filled with shock. She was so excited that she almost couldn't speak. Recruiting 5 grade, 12 martial spirit geniuses in one go. There's probably no club in the entire Dian province that could do this. Didn't this mean that her Carefree Pavilion was going to rise? Thinking of this, Yi Wuyo became even more excited. She quickly took out the Carefree token and handed it to Long Yutian and the others. Oof. When Yi Wuyo handed the Carefree token to Long Yutian and the others, a cold snort sounded from aside. Then, Mo Qingyun and the others saw Wang Lan, Lung Chong, and the others walking over. When they saw Wang Lan and the others approaching, Mo Qingyun and the others' expressions changed slightly. They looked at them coldly. At this time, Wang Lan's face was filled with disdain. He questioned Mo Qingyun. Mo Qingyun, please give us an explanation about your 30 million points. Explanation? When he heard Wang Lan's words, Mo Qingyun looked at him with disdain. He replied disdainfully, Who do you think you are? How many points did I get? Why should I disband you? Mo Qingyun didn't have a good impression of Wang Lan. He didn't want to waste time talking to him, so he didn't treat him nicely. Mo Qingyun, you're only at the 9th level of the true element stage. No matter how high your martial spirit's rank is, it's impossible for you to get 30 million points. When he heard Mo Qingyun's words, Wang Lan's expression darkened. He said coldly, If you can't give us a reasonable explanation, we won't acknowledge you as the champion of the grand examination. You won't acknowledge me as the champion? When he heard Wang Lan's words, the corners of Mo Qingyun's mouth curled. He revealed a mocking smile and said, Why don't you tell me what I should do to prove that I'm the real champion? If you want to prove that you're the real champion, it's actually very simple. When he heard Mo Qingyun's words, Wang Lan smiled slyly and replied, As long as you could defeat us with your strength, we'll acknowledge you as the real champion of the grand examination. When they heard Wang Lan's words, Mo Qingyun and the others immediately understood Wang Lan's plan. How do you want to fight? Just say it, one-on-one or all of us together. Understanding Wang Lan's plan, Mo Qingyun didn't want to waste time with them and directly laid it out for them. Against you, one person is enough. When he heard Mo Qingyun's words, Wang Lan revealed a sinister smile, as if his scheme had succeeded. He sneered, Mo Qingyun, fighting with us isn't like killing monster beasts. Just wait to be defeated by us. Everyone, we feel that there's a problem with Mo Qingyun's points and have decided to test his true strength. After replying to Mo Qingyun, Wang Lan sneered as he looked around and said coldly, "If his title of champion is the real deal, then his strength is definitely stronger than ours. If not, everyone should understand what I mean." When they heard Wang Lan's words, the expressions of the surrounding people immediately changed, revealing looks of shock. What? Wang Lan and the others want to challenge Mo Qingyun and test Mo Qingyun's true strength. Will Mo Qingyun agree? If he loses, he won't be able to keep his title of champion. At this time, Mo Qingyun has no way to escape. Otherwise, it would seem like he has a guilty conscience. This Wang Lan is so sinister. He's forcing Mo Qingyun into a dead end. In that moment, the crowd was discussing amongst themselves. At the same time, they all began to retreat, making space for Mo Qingyun and the others, so that Mo Qingyun and the others could fight. Shwa, shwa, shwa. At this moment, as the crowd made space, one figure after another appeared in the surroundings of the waiting area. If the students of the Hidden Dragon Institute were to see these figures, they would definitely reveal looks of shock. This was because they were all palace masters and elders of the various branch halls of the Hidden Dragon Institute in Dine Province. When these people arrived, they all revealed looks of interest and looked towards Mo Qingyun and the others. That purple-haired little guy is the champion of this year's grand examination. 9th level of the true energy realm. It should be him. To be able to obtain first place in the grand examination with this level of cultivation, this little guy is not simple. It seems like someone is challenging this little guy. Luckily, I came quickly enough and didn't miss this exciting show. At this moment, these people all revealed looks of anticipation, waiting for Mo Qingyun and the others to fight. Seeing that the crowd had made space for him, Mo Qingyun didn't say anything and directly walked to the center of the arena. After arriving at the center of the arena, Mo Qingyun revealed a faint smile and glanced at Wang Lan and the others, saying proudly, "Who wants to go first?" Under Mo Qingyun's disdainful gaze, the faces of Wang Lan and the others immediately became unsightly. Afterwards, Wang Lan took the first step forward and walked to the center of the arena. Wang Lan was very unhappy with his 11th place. With his talent and strength, he actually had no chance of entering the top 10. He must use this battle to forcefully defeat Mo Qingyun and prove his strength. Little guy, it's not too late for you to admit that your points are fake. Otherwise, if you lose in the next fight, it will be even more embarrassing. Walking to the center of the arena, Wang Lan looked at Mo Qingyun with disdain and said arrogantly, "Trash talks the most. If you want to fight, then hurry up. There's still a few more waiting." Hearing Wang Lan's words, Mo Qingyun impatiently looked at him and urged him to hurry up. Trash talks the most. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Wang Lan's expression immediately darkened and became incomparably furious. "Little guy, you forced me to do this. I won't be merciful in the next fight." Wang Lan's expression was ferocious as he said these words. Soon after, he raised his hand and sent a palm towards Mo Qingyun. Wild Lion Palm. Once Wang Lan attacked, his body exuded a shocking aura. His hair fluttered like a mad lion. Wang Lan blasted out a palm. Origin energy surged on his palm, forming a huge lion's paw that slammed towards Mo Qingyun. It was as if a domineering lion had raised its paw and slammed it down on a deer. It was extremely powerful. At this moment, as Wang Lan attacked, the surrounding people's expressions changed as they recognized the origin of Wang Lan's move. This is the Wang family's secret technique, Wild Lion Sky Palm. I didn't expect Wang Lan to have mastered it. Wild Lion Sky Palm. This seems to be an upper yellow grade martial arts secret manual. Wang Lan actually cultivated this technique. It is said that the Wang family's ancestor relied on this martial arts technique to make a name for himself in Flame City. This time, Mo Qingyun is in trouble. With Wang Lan's current strength, I'm afraid he can fight Yuan Dan, who is a 3rd-level martial artist. In an instant, The crowd's expression changed as they began to worry for Mo Qingyun. Sun incinerating mountain splitting saber. In the face of Wang Lan's attack, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate as he raised his hand to meet Wang Lan's attack. Mo Qingyun's palm blasted out. His body immediately emitted a terrifying heat wave that swept out in all directions. Bang! Subsequently, Mo Qingyun and Wang Lan collided with each other, producing a dull sound. Immediately after, the crowd saw a figure fly out and spit out blood when he landed. Wang Lan. The person who was sent flying was Wang Lan. Wang Lan was defeated. In just one move, Wang Lan, who was a second-level martial artist and had mastered a martial arts secret manual, was defeated just like that. After witnessing this scene, the crowd was stunned. They could not believe that this was real. Too weak. Chapter 333. Brat, you're too arrogant. Upon hearing Mo Qingyun's words, a burly youth beside Lung Chong walked out furiously and said, "Let me, Tai Yin, teach you a lesson. Don't be too arrogant." Tai Yin wasn't weak and was slightly stronger than Wang Lan. He was at the late stage of the second Yuan Dan realm. His martial soul was also slightly higher than Wang Lan's martial soul. It was a top-grade 12 Heavenly 8 martial soul. Dong, dong, dong. As Tai Yin walked out, the ground immediately started shaking, giving off a series of loud noises. Heavenly Ape earth-shaking fist. After Tai Yin walked out, he didn't say anything to Mo Qingyun. Instead, he threw a punch at Mo Qingyun. The punch was filled with surging origin energy. It was wild, domineering, and sharp like a horse that had escaped its reins. Tai Yin has such a strong physical body. Upon seeing Tai Yin's attack, Mo Qingyun's expression changed slightly and revealed a look of surprise. After a short moment of surprise, Mo Qingyun's gaze became fervent and his body emitted a strong fighting spirit. He had practiced the Golden Jade True Body before. Now that he had met Tai Yin, who also practiced the Golden Jade True Body, he could compete with Tai Yin in this aspect. Golden Jade True Body. With this thought, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and raised his hand to meet Tai Yin's fist. At this moment, when Mo Qingyun threw a punch, his fist flashed with a golden jade luster. Upon seeing Mo Qingyun's action, everyone's expression changed and revealed a look of shock. Is Mo Qingyun trying to compete with Tai Yin in terms of physical strength? Tai Yin's physical strength is comparable to a low-grade dark weapon. Mo Qingyun is too arrogant. He thinks that he can be arrogant just because he has some strength. He will regret his actions soon. Upon seeing Mo Qingyun's action, everyone was shocked and said disdainfully, "Bam!" When the two fists collided, there was a dull sound and a strong rebounding force emerged. Subsequently, Mo Qingyun and Tai Yin's bodies began to retreat. However, because Mo Qingyun's cultivation was weaker, he retreated a few steps more than Tai Yin. Even so, the crowd couldn't help but feel shocked when they saw this scene. Facing Tai Yin's punch, Mo Qingyun was actually unharmed. Didn't this mean that in terms of physical strength, Mo Qingyun wasn't any weaker than Tai Yin? You have some skills. Seeing Mo Qingyun forcefully withstanding his punch, Tai Yin revealed a trace of admiration and said in a deep voice, "Since that's the case, I won't take advantage of you. Next, I won't use essence force and will compete with you in terms of physical strength." All right. Hearing Tai Yin's words, Mo Qingyun had a better impression of Tai Yin. Bang, bang, bang. Next, Mo Qingyun and Tai Yin used the most primitive method to crazily attack each other, creating a series of loud sounds. However, after several collisions, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Tai Yin was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. When the crowd realized this, Tai Yin also realized this. In all these years, I've never met someone whose physical body is stronger than mine. Then, Tai Yin retreated and didn't continue attacking Mo Qingyun. He revealed a look of admiration and said, "Mo Qingyun, your physical body is very strong. In this aspect, I'm not your opponent. I admit defeat." Taiyan admitted defeat. Hearing Taiyan's words, the crowd's expression immediately changed. They were somewhat surprised by this result. Mo Qingyun actually made Taiyan admit defeat in terms of physical strength. This was too shocking. I didn't expect this kid to be good at refining his body. Yi Jinglei's face revealed a look of surprise. His gaze towards Mo Qingyun was instantly filled with admiration. This kid is not bad. He's actually good at refining his body. Waiting outside the plaza, an elder of the Hidden Dragon Institute's body hall was excited. He said in a decisive tone, "Our body hall wants this kid called Mo Qingyun." At this moment, when the body hall elder was speaking, "Don't waste time. Come meet me together." Mo Qingyun looked towards Lung Chong and the others again. His tone was somewhat impatient as he said, "Don't you want to test my strength? Don't tell me that you don't have the courage to attack me together." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the surrounding students' expressions changed drastically. They looked towards Mo Qingyun with admiration. Too domineering, too strong. A person at the true energy realm 9th level challenging several people at a higher cultivation level than him. Who could compare to this kind of courage and boldness? Hearing Mo Qingyun's domineering words, Bai Yu and the others finally couldn't hold back anymore. They all stood up and walked forward. However, Tang Su and Lung Chong revealed a trace of disdain. They still stood in their original positions without moving. Mo Qingyun didn't care about their actions. His expression was indifferent as he looked towards Bai Yu, Yi Yu, and the others. "Brother-in-law Qingyun, since this is a test of your strength, I won't go easy on you later." Ninth Prince Yi Yu had a faint smile on his face as he teased Mo Qingyun. As he spoke, he intentionally glanced at Yi Wuyo. Hearing Yi Yu's words, Yi Wuyo's face flushed red. She said to Yi Yu in embarrassment and anger, "Stinking brat, if you dare to speak nonsense again, I'll spank you on the spot." Hearing Yi Wuyo's words, Yi Yu pursed his lips and revealed a trace of fear. It seemed that he was still somewhat afraid of this royal sister of his. Mo Qingyun nodded at Yi Yu in response. Then, her expression turned serious, and she said arrogantly, "Just go all out. Otherwise, there will be people gossiping." "All right, if that's the case, we'll go all out." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Chu Feng and the others revealed looks of admiration as they replied to Mo Qingyun. Immediately after, Chu Feng and the others no longer held back and began to attack Mo Qingyun one after another. Chu Feng and the others didn't hold back at all. They immediately summoned their martial spirits and completed their soul transformations in an instant. After seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed greatly, revealing a look of shock. They really didn't expect that Chu Feng and the others would actually perform soul transformations while teaming up to deal with Mo Qingyun. It seemed that they were really going all out and didn't intend to hold back. Immediately after, the surrounding people revealed looks of anticipation as they waited for Mo Qingyun and the others to start fighting. Immortal crane leaping through the 9 heavens. Soaring dragon piercing through the sky pillar. Fired beacon demon palm. In an instant, Chu Feng and the others displayed their own unique skills and the secret martial arts of their respective families. Immediately, terrifying palm shadows, sword auras, and blade auras, carrying a terrifying aura, whistled towards Mo Qingyun. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions became tense as they clenched their fists. Would Mo Qingyun be able to withstand their combined attack? From the looks of it, even a high-level Yuan Dan realm expert wouldn't dare to take their joint attack lightly. At this moment, everyone was looking at Mo Qingyun with astonishment. They saw Mo Qingyun raise his hand and point at the void. His fingers moved quickly as if he was drawing some kind of pattern. Then, under Mo Qingyun's wave, runes appeared in the void and quickly formed a formation. He was drawing a formation. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed greatly as they understood Mo Qingyun's intention. After everyone understood Mo Qingyun's intention, they became even more shocked. Drawing a formation in the void. Mo Qingyun could actually draw a formation in the void. His attainment in formations had reached such a level. Drawing a formation in the void, he can actually draw a formation in the void. At this moment, Long Tiancho and the others were shocked. They stood up unconsciously, unable to believe what they had just seen. At this moment, Mo Qingyun's performance had completely exceeded their expectations. Drawing a formation with a wave of his hand, he has such attainment in formations. When Yi Wuyo and Long Hanyin saw this scene, they immediately became excited and unconsciously looked at each other. They could see the intense shock in each other's eyes. At this moment, everyone in the square was shocked. Outside the square, formation, this is an intermediate level 4 formation, the minor 5 elements god imprisoning formation. An old man with disheveled hair immediately became excited as if he had gone mad. He said excitedly, "This kid actually knows about formations, and he can even draw one with a lift of his hand. Genius, a peerless genius. He's a rare genius in the art of formations. My formation hall wants this kid. No one can snatch him from me." As he said this, the Hidden Dragon Institute's formation hall expert glanced at the body hall elder beside him. His meaning was obvious. He was warning the other party that Mo Qingyun belonged to the formation hall, and the body hall was not allowed to snatch him from them. At this moment, while everyone was shocked by Mo Qingyun's actions, Mo Qingyun's formation was completed. Minor 5 elements god imprisoning formation activate. Mo Qingyun raised his hand and pointed at the runes on the formation. Immediately, the light screen of the minor 5 elements god imprisoning formation shone brightly and rapidly expanded. Then, before Yi Yu and the others could react, they were enveloped by the light. Formation. We're trapped. Let's work together to break the formation. With his cultivation, he can't possibly trap us with a formation. Seeing that they were trapped by the formation, Yi Yu and the others' expressions immediately changed, and they began to work together to break the formation. Bang, bang, bang. Under Yi Yu and the others' attacks, the minor 5 elements god imprisoning formation emitted a series of sounds and waves of shocking origin energy. Even so, the minor 5 elements god imprisoning formation did not show any signs of breaking under their attacks. You should all admit defeat. Looking at Yi Yu and the others trapped in the formation, Mo Qingyun's expression was indifferent as he said calmly, "Those below the advanced stage of Yuan Dan stage will not be able to break this formation. Mo Qingyun, although we can't break the formation, you can't defeat us either. At most, you could trap us." Not hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Bai Yuyu's pretty face darkened as she spoke in defiance. "If that's the case, watch carefully." Hearing Bai Yuyu's words, Mo Qingyun did not say anything else and raised his hand to draw another formation. After a while, the formation was completed and merged with the minor 5 elements god imprisoning formation. Then, rays of saber chi formed in the formation and bombarded Yi Yu and the others. Saber chi was comparable to a Yuan Dan stage powerhouse's attack. Seeing this, Yi Yu and the others' expressions changed drastically as they understood Mo Qingyun's words. From the looks of it, they were indeed no match for Mo Qingyun. Thinking of this, Yi Yu and the others' expressions turned bitter as they said unwillingly, "We admit defeat." Hearing Yi Yu's words, Mo Qingyun lifted his hand and pointed at the formation, dispelling it. Chapter 334. How do you want to compete? Once Mo Qingyun's words left his mouth, the expressions of the people around him changed greatly as they looked at Mo Qingyun in shock. Mo Qingyun's words were too domineering. He actually used an arrogant attitude to issue a challenge to the 2 strongest seed students of this year's grand examination. More importantly, Mo Qingyun even gave Lung Chong and Tang Su the method of the competition. This was indirectly saying that no matter what request Lung Chong and Tang Su had, Mo Qingyun would accept it. This kind of spirit, this kind of courage, who could compare to him? Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Tang Su and Lung Chong unconsciously looked at each other and saw the displeasure in each other's eyes. Mo Qingyun, I didn't think you would be even more arrogant than Lung Chong. Since that's the case, I will compete with you. Tang Su revealed a faint smile as a trace of treachery flashed through his eyes. He smiled at Mo Qingyun and said, "To judge a person's strength, you have to look at many aspects. It's not that the stronger one's strength is, the stronger one's strength is. Sometimes, weapons are also very important." At this moment, as Tang Su spoke, a golden wheel appeared in his hand, emitting a terrifying aura. This was a lower-tier magic tool, the sacrificial blood golden wheel. It contained a secret technique that was extremely powerful. At this moment, as soon as Tang Su took out the sacrificial blood golden wheel, the expressions of the people around him changed greatly, revealing a strong sense of respect. Magic tools contained secret techniques. A powerful magic tool could move mountains and seas, split the heavens and earth. Its power was incomparably powerful. That's the lower-tier magic tool of the Blood Refining Hall, the sacrificial blood golden wheel. It's actually in Tang Su's hands. Mo Qingyun will lose for sure this time. With a magic tool, Tang Su can even fight against an advanced Yuan Dan. Tang Su is so sinister. He's obviously trying to trick Mo Qingyun. Even if he wins, it won't be honorable. In a moment, the people around him all revealed their dissatisfaction and complained for Mo Qingyun in their hearts. Tang Su plans to use the power of his weapon to defeat Mo Qingyun. Seeing Tang Su's actions, Lung Chong frowned. He pondered and thought to himself, this won't be easy. If I'm not mistaken, Mo Qingyun should also have a ritual implement. I wonder what grade it is. Elder Tang Feng. I'm afraid Tang Su's actions are a little inappropriate, right? Seeing the sacrificial blood golden wheel in Tang Su's hand, Yi Jinglei frowned. He looked displeased as he questioned an elder of the blood refining palace. Marquis Jinglei, you're wrong. In response to Yi Jinglei's words, Tang Feng smiled faintly and waved his hand, replying, "Weapons are a part of a cultivator's strength. There is nothing wrong with Su using the sacrificial blood golden wheel. If Mo Qingyun uses a higher level weapon and defeats Su, we will not complain either." At this moment, when Tang Feng said this, his face was full of pride, as if he was certain that Mo Qingyun did not have a magic weapon. However, before Tang Feng could finish his words, his expression turned ugly. He even twitched a little. This was because he saw a red halberd in Mo Qingyun's hand. When Mo Qingyun took out the halberd, a faint shadow appeared on it. It was as if it was the soul of the halberd. If a weapon had a soul, it was an existence that was even higher than a ritual implement. A spiritual weapon. Mo Qingyun actually had a spirit weapon in his hands. Spiritual weapon. Seeing this, Tang Feng's expression immediately became unnatural. He twitched continuously as if he was being slapped in the face. He had just said that Mo Qingyun could defeat Tang Su with a higher level ritual implement. Now, Mo Qingyun had taken out a spiritual weapon. This was simply a slap to his face. Furthermore, it was a slap to his face with a halberd. From the looks of it, Tang Su's plan to use the power of a weapon to defeat Mo Qingyun was not only going to fail, he might even suffer a setback. Spiritual weapon. Mo Qingyun actually has a spiritual weapon. Yi Jinglei's body shook, and he immediately stood up from his chair. He looked at Mo Qingyun in shock. Then, he looked at Tang Feng and smiled. Elder Tang Feng, it seems like Tang Su's plan is going to fail. Hearing Yi Jinglei's words, Tang Feng's expression became unnatural. He twitched again and was extremely embarrassed. So he has a spiritual weapon. No wonder he could obtain 30 million points. At this moment, Long Tiancho revealed a look of understanding. He seemed to have understood why Mo Qingyun could obtain so many points. So it's spiritual energy. No wonder that brat could kill the demonic beast so quickly. Lung Chong's expression was cold. He looked at Mo Qingyun with greed in his eyes. He thought to himself, spiritual weapon. Such a powerful weapon is not something that a country bumpkin like you can have. Let me use it. In the battle arena. Spiritual weapon. Looking at the long halberd in Mo Qingyun's hand, Tang Su's expression immediately twitched and revealed a look of horror. He had never dreamed of such a situation. From the aura of the long halberd in Mo Qingyun's hand, if one was hit by the long halberd, even a Pill Palace realm expert would be skinned alive. This time, he had been tricked by himself. However, now that he was an arrow on the bow, he had no choice but to release it. If he retreated now, he would be humiliated greatly. Even the Blood Refining Palace would be humiliated along with him. When he returned to the Blood Refining Palace, he would probably be severely punished. This was not something he wanted to see. Soul change. With this thought, Tang Su no longer hesitated and immediately went through the soul change, turning into a huge red blood Qilin. From Tang Su's actions, it seemed that he was prepared to fight with Mo Qingyun in his strongest state. Golden Wheel of Annihilation. After completing the soul change, Tang Su no longer hesitated. He immediately held the sacrificial blood golden wheel in his hand and slashed at Mo Qingyun. With one slash, the sacrificial blood golden wheel immediately sent out blood-red wheel shadows, trapping Mo Qingyun in the middle. Each blood-red wheel shadow emitted a shocking aura that was not weaker than a mid-level Yuan Dan realm expert's attack. Break for me. Seeing the blood-red wheel shadows coming at him, Mo Qingyun's face darkened. He held the long halberd in his hand and slashed at the blood-red wheel shadows. When Mo Qingyun swung the long halberd, a red light flashed on the long halberd like a dancing fire dragon. The fire dragon halberd shadow hit the blood-red wheel shadows and immediately defeated them, dissipating between heaven and earth. However, because there were too many blood-red wheel shadows, Mo Qingyun could not defeat them all at once, which put him in a passive position. Seeing this scene, Tang Su revealed a smug expression. He sneered and said, Mo Qingyun, it seems that with your strength, you are still unable to unleash the power of this spirit artifact. You are not my match. Is that so? After hearing Tang Su's words, Mo Qingyun's expression changed slightly. He held the long halberd in his hand and slashed at Tang Su again. At this moment, Mo Qingyun used the halberd as a substitute for a saber to perform the sun-incinerating mountain-splitting saber technique. He slashed out a saber light that was several meters long. You are using a halberd as a substitute for a saber to perform a martial technique. How stupid. Tang Su revealed a trace of disdain when he saw Mo Qingyun's actions. He mocked Mo Qingyun and said, Are you trying anything when you're in a dire situation? In my opinion, you should just admit defeat. At this moment, without waiting for Tang Su to finish his words, his expression became unnatural and shocked. This was because he sensed that Mo Qingyun's saber light was emitting a terrifying aura. Wherever the saber light passed, the surrounding wheel shadows were instantly destroyed and dissipated between heaven and earth. Who said that I can't perform saber techniques when I use a halberd? After slashing out a saber light with the halberd, Mo Qingyun said nonchalantly and smiled faintly, There are 3,000 paths to the great Tao, but they all lead to the same destination. No matter how many changes there are, they do not deviate from the same origin. The type of weapon is merely a change in appearance. The cultivation technique and martial technique itself are the key. The cultivation technique and martial technique itself are the key. When Mo Qingyun said this, the surrounding people's expressions changed immediately. They fell silent and thought about the deeper meaning of this sentence. Good. What a good cultivation technique and martial technique itself are the key. Outside the square, among the group of elders and hall masters, an elder in white revealed a look of fondness. He looked at Mo Qingyun and said, This kid is not bad. His comprehension is very high. My Hall of Intent lacks this kind of student. Then, the Hall of Intent expert looked provocatively at the Array Hall elder and said, Old Jiang, our Hall of Intent has taken a liking to this kid. Let's have a fair competition. Humph. Hearing the Hall of Intent expert's words, the Array Hall elder snorted coldly and revealed a look of displeasure. At this moment, while the elders and hall masters were fighting each other. Mo Qingyun was already in front of Tang Su with the scorching flame halberd in his hand, forcing him to retreat continuously. Under Mo Qingyun's attack, Tang Su could be said to be in a perilous situation. If he was not careful, he could lose. Tang Su, you are no match for me. Admit defeat. Seeing that Tang Su was being suppressed by him, Mo Qingyun revealed an indifferent look and said coldly to Tang Su, "Humph. Mo Qingyun is only relying on the power of his spiritual weapon. There is no need to be so smug." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Tang Su revealed a look of dissatisfaction and said unhappily, "Relying on the power of his spiritual weapon?" Hearing Tang Su's words, Mo Qingyun looked at him with disdain and mocked. "You were the one who said earlier that a weapon is also a part of a cultivator's strength. Why can't I use my spiritual weapon to defeat you?" "You." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Tang Su's face instantly flushed red. He was at a loss for words and did not know how to refute Mo Qingyun. "In that case, you should take another blow from my halberd." After Mo Qingyun finished speaking, he held the scorching flame halberd in his hand and violently slashed at Tang Su. At this moment, when Mo Qingyun slashed with his halberd, a shocking aura immediately exuded from Mo Qingyun's body. Then, the scorching flame halberd in Mo Qingyun's hands exploded with a shocking blade radiance and attacked Tang Su forcefully. Bang! Facing Mo Qingyun's blade radiance, Tang Su was almost unable to resist and was forcefully sent flying. Poof! After Tang Su landed on the ground, his face was pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The sacrificial blood golden wheel in his hand was also blasted away. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, Tang Su's face was filled with confusion and he was momentarily stunned. He had lost. Moreover, he had lost because of the way he had chosen to fight. This kind of defeat was too humiliating. "Tang Su, your weapon has been knocked away by me. You have lost." Chapter 335. You've lost. Once Mo Qingyun's words left his mouth, the surrounding people's faces were filled with shock, revealing looks of disbelief. Tang Su, who was at the peak of the third level of Yuan dance stage, had actually lost in a direct battle with Mo Qingyun. Furthermore, this was after Mo Qingyun had fought a few battles consecutively and was not in his best condition. Thinking of this, the students participating in the grand examination looked at Mo Qingyun with eyes filled with fanaticism and worship. Awesome, too awesome. Relying on his cultivation at the 9th level of the true energy stage to crush a Yuan dance stage practitioner, Mo Qingyun could be said to be unprecedented. Oomph. You're just relying on some unorthodox methods. Lung Chong snorted disdainfully and slowly walked to the center of the arena. Looking at Mo Qingyun with disdain, he said, "Kid, if you really have the ability, then fight me fair and square without relying on formations or weapons." Not relying on formations or weapons. Hearing Lung Chong's words, the crowd's expressions immediately changed, and some looked at Lung Chong with disdain. If Mo Qingyun gave up on all these, then what else would Mo Qingyun rely on to fight Lung Chong? It could be said without reservation that Lung Chong's request was a little too much. Was Mo Qingyun, with his cultivation at the 9th level of the true energy stage, going head-to-head with his cultivation at the 3rd level of the Yuan dance stage? Was there something wrong with his head? "Lung Chong, you're really thick-skinned to be able to make such a request." Hearing Lung Chong's words, Mo Qingyun immediately looked at him with disdain and mocked him. "Junior Qingyun, don't agree to his request." As soon as Mo Qingyun finished speaking, a worried expression appeared on Yu Wuyo's face, and he reminded him, "That's right. You're at the 9th level of the true energy stage. Going head-to-head with his cultivation at the 3rd level of the Yuan Dan stage is too disadvantageous for you." Long Hanyan also revealed a worried expression and a nervous expression as she reminded Mo Qingyun. Hearing Yu Wuyo and Long Hanyan's words, Lung Chong revealed a mocking expression and looked at Mo Qingyun. If you don't even have this bit of courage to become number one in the grand examination, how can you convince everyone of your ability? Don't try to provoke me. Just fight how you want to fight. Hearing Lung Chong's provocation, Emo Qingyun disdainfully looked at him and said, "Don't worry, I'm not as shameless as the both of you. Since I said before, I'll fight you however you want it. I won't go back on my words. At least you have some backbone. You didn't let me down." Upon hearing Emo Qingyun's words, Lung Chong revealed a smug sneer as if he had succeeded in his scheme. "Emo Qingyun, since you're so confident, why don't we make a bet?" he said with an evil grin. "Wager?" Hearing Lung Chong's words, Emo Qingyun's lips curled into a playful smile and said, "What kind of wager do you want to wager? Tell me." Hearing Emo Qingyun's words, the smile on Lung Chong's face deepened. He took out a long sword and said, "This is a low-tier magic tool, the evil slaying sword. I'll use it to wager against the halberd in your hand. If you win, the evil slaying sword will belong to you. If you lose, the halberd in your hand will belong to me. How about it?" Hearing Lung Chong's words, everyone was shocked. Lung Chong actually wanted to use a magic tool as a wager. After realizing this, everyone's expressions became tense. They looked nervously at Emo Qingyun, waiting for Emo Qingyun's reply. Would Emo Qingyun agree? Are you an idiot? Can't you tell the difference between a magic tool and a spiritual tool? At this moment, as everyone looked at Emo Qingyun with anticipation, Emo Qingyun looked at Lung Chong with disdain and said, "You want to use a piece of scrap metal to wager against my spiritual tool? Your brain must have been kicked by a donkey." A piece of scrap metal? Kicked by a donkey? Emo Qingyun's words weren't the least bit courteous. Hearing Emo Qingyun's words, everyone smiled bitterly and didn't know what to say. If they really had to say something, they could only say that Emo Qingyun was a straightforward person. If he wanted to scold someone, he would scold them without hesitation. This kid, hearing Emo Qingyun's words, Yi Jinglei smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. This kid's personality is really similar to founding elder Long Eyebrows. Jinin smiled faintly and also bitterly. However, he had a better impression of Emo Qingyun. At this moment, as everyone looked at Emo Qingyun opened his mouth again. "If you want to wager with me, show me some sincerity. At least take out something of the same value as the scorching flame halberd." Emo Qingyun was really going to use the scorching flame halberd to wager with Lung Chong. Hearing Emo Qingyun's words, everyone was shocked again and couldn't believe their ears. This was a spiritual tool, and he was going to wager with it just like that? At this moment, everyone was full of admiration for Emo Qingyun's courage and boldness. Hearing Emo Qingyun's words, Lung Chong immediately smiled and took out 3 green pearls. This is the Black Wind Spiritual Pearl. Refining it can increase your wind esoteric concept. The Black Wind Spiritual Pearl is a rare treasure. I didn't expect Lung Chong to use it as a wager. Seeing Lung Chong's actions, the surrounding people were shocked. They were surprised that Lung Chong actually had such a treasure. Just a few Black Wind Spiritual Pearls. It'll be gone after refining. Do you think that it can compare with my spiritual tool halberd? Emo Qingyun glanced at the Black Wind Spiritual Pearl and showed a disdainful look. He curled his lips and uttered words of dissatisfaction. His meaning could not be more obvious. That was to say, Lung Chong's wager was not enough and had to continue increasing. Fine. Hearing Emo Qingyun's words, Lung Chong's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and took out another item. This was a stalk of green spirit medicine. After taking out this stalk of spirit medicine, Lung Chong revealed a pained look and said, "This is heavenly clear sky grass. It's the main ingredient to refine the grade 8 medicinal pill, Creation Divine Abode Pill. I'll use it to wager with you." Heavenly clear sky grass. Looking at the spirit medicine in Lung Chong's hand, Emo Qingyun's expression changed slightly, revealing a hint of excitement. The heavenly clear sky grass was indeed a good item, but even so, compared to the Moxibustion flame halberd, it was still far from it. Immediately, Mo Qingyun revealed an impatient expression and said in dissatisfaction, "Just a stalk of lousy grass. You say that it's the main ingredient to refine the creation divine abode pill. So it's the main ingredient to refine the creation divine abode pill? No way. If you want to bet, then continue increasing the wager." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lung Chong gritted his teeth again and took out another item. However, Mo Qingyun quickly used the reason that it was not enough to make him continue increasing the wager. But thinking that Mo Qingyun's was a spiritual tool, Lung Chong suppressed the displeasure in his heart and continued taking out items. "Kid, I'll go along with your wishes first. When I defeat you, at that time, everything will still be mine." Lung Chong gritted his teeth and looked at Mo Qingyun, comforting himself in his heart to make his heart feel better. Following that, Lung Chong continuously increased the wager and took out one item after another from his Cosmos bag. In just a short while, Lung Chong had taken out about 45 items. But what made him want to vomit blood was that Mo Qingyun actually said that it wasn't enough and wanted him to continue increasing the wager. "Fuck your mother. Are you going to bed or not?" At this moment, hearing Mo Qingyun ask him to increase the wager again, Lung Chong completely exploded. He crazily said, "Mother ***, I only have 6 billion spirit essence stones left. Do you want spirit essence stones or not?" "Spirit essence stones?" Hearing Lung Chong's words, Mo Qingyun's expression changed and a plan formed in his mind. He had nearly used up all of his spirit essence stones to buy a mansion. Now that he was poor, it wouldn't be bad to win some spirit essence stones. If he could win Lung Chong's 6 billion spirit essence stones, then that would make up for his deficit. For a short period of time, he wouldn't have to worry about food for the Eye Devil. Thinking of this, Mo Qingyun faintly smiled. He looked at Lung Chong and said, "Although your wager is far worse than my scorching flame halberd, who told me to be magnanimous. If you take out 6 billion spirit essence stones, then I'll use my scorching flame halberd to bet with you." "Who told me to be magnanimous?" Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the surrounding people immediately shook their heads and bitterly smiled. They didn't know what to say. He had already emptied Lung Chong's Cosmos bag and didn't even let go of his spirit essence stones. Could this be called magnanimous? Mo Qingyun, since you've agreed to bet with Chong, then hand over your scorching flame halberd to us. At this time, seeing Mo Qingyun agree to the wager, a Lung family elder coldly said to Mo Qingyun, "Hand it over to you?" Hearing the other party's words, Mo Qingyun looked at him with disdain. He revealed a playful smile and said, "How about this? You hand over your items to me for safekeeping. When the time comes, if I lose, then I'll hand them all over. If I win, then I won't have to take them later." Mo Qingyun was so cunning. At this moment, when the crowd heard Mo Qingyun's words, this thought immediately appeared in their minds. When the Lung family elder heard Mo Qingyun's words, his face immediately darkened. He coldly said, "Mo Qingyun, what do you mean by this? Do you think the Lung family will rely on a junior like you for something? Elder, what do you mean by this?" Hearing the Lung family elder's words, Mo Qingyun shook his head and pursed his lips. He said, "Do you think that a junior like me, who is only at the true energy realm 9th level, would dare to rely on something that belongs to the Lung family? The Lung family is one of the 5 major powers in Flame City. This is not something I can offend." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the crowd once again laughed bitterly. They didn't know what to say to Mo Qingyun. This kid clearly knew that the Lung family was one of the 5 major powers, yet he still dared to provoke them. He really had guts. "Kid, you're twisting words and forcing logic." Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the Lung family elder's face instantly darkened. He released the aura of a 9th level pill palace and pressured Mo Qingyun. "Oomph. The Lung family is so powerful." Seeing the Lung family elder's actions, Qilian, who was at the side, snorted coldly. His body flashed, and he appeared in front of Mo Qingyun, an expert at the peak of the 9th level pill palace realm. Feeling the aura from Qilian's body, the surrounding crowd was shocked. They were somewhat shocked by Qi Lian's appearance. They really didn't expect that there would be such an expert by Mo Qingyun's side. Everyone listen to me. Seeing the scene before him, Elder Jean revealed a faint smile and tried to smooth things over. How about this? Why don't you let me take care of the bet for you? I believe that with the reputation of the Dian province, you won't suspect anything, right? All right, then I'll have a trouble Elder Jean to take care of it for me. Hearing Jean Yin's words, both Mo Qingyun and Elder Jean nodded their heads in agreement. They decided to let Jean take care of the bet. Mo Qingyun, no matter who takes care of the bet, it will still be mine in the end. Chapter 336. Is that so? I don't think so. Mo Qingyun didn't take Lung Chong's words seriously. He smiled and said, "Speaking of which, I have to thank you for your generosity. You've given me so many things." "I've given you things?" Lung Chong laughed when he heard Mo Qingyun's words. He smiled brightly and said, "Mo Qingyun, it seems like you're quite confident in yourself. Do you think you can defeat me with your cultivation at LV9 True Energy Realm?" "Why can't I?" Mo Qingyun looked at Lung Chong playfully and said with a smile, "Are you saying that your cultivation at the peak of LV3 Yuan Dan Realm is more powerful than Tang Su's cultivation at the peak of LV3 Yuan Dan Realm?" Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Lung Chong could not help but be stunned. Then he sneered, "Mo Qingyun, you still don't understand the situation. You were able to defeat Tang Su earlier not because of your strength, but because you borrowed the power of your spirit weapon. Now that you don't have a spirit weapon, how are you going to fight me? So what if I don't have a spiritual weapon? I can still beat you to death with my bare hands." Mo Qingyun smiled and replied calmly. He didn't take Lung Chong's words to heart. Soul change. Lung Chong didn't say anything else when he heard Mo Qingyun's words. He summoned his martial soul and completed the soul change in an instant. Then, Lung Chong's body grew rapidly and turned into a giant purple dragon that was more than 10 meters tall. "Mo Qingyun, watch me stomp you to death," Lung Chong said proudly after completing the soul change. He lifted his leg and stomped on Mo Qingyun. Bird of prey break. Mo Qingyun didn't take Lung Chong's kick head-on. He moved his body and dodged Lung Chong's kick. At this moment, as Mo Qingyun dodged, his body released a mysterious power. This was LV2 Wind Ultimacy. Sensing Mo Qingyun's profound energy, the surrounding people's expressions changed drastically. They were shocked by this scene. The power of profound. Mo Qingyun has actually comprehended the profound of wind, and it's not even at the first level. This brat is truly astonishing. He actually hid such a technique. Seeing Mo Qingyun's ultimacy, Yi Jinglei and the others' expressions changed. They were shocked by Mo Qingyun's performance. He is only at the 9th level of the true energy realm, yet he has already comprehended the 2nd level of the wind profound. Such a genius should come to my wind palace. Outside the square, an elder of the wind hall exclaimed with an excited expression on his face. Looking at him, it seemed like he couldn't wait to snatch Mo Qingyun away. Seeing the wind hall elder's performance, the array hall, body hall, and mind hall elders' faces immediately darkened. They had another competitor, Scarlet Flame Heavenly Dragon, appear. While the crowd was still in shock, Mo Qingyun summoned his martial soul without hesitation. Blood Chi Berserk. After summoning his martial soul, Mo Qingyun immediately executed his martial soul superpower to increase his strength. Following which, Mo Qingyun's aura rapidly increased. In a short while, Mo Qingyun's aura broke through to the Yuan Dan realm, reaching the later stage of the 1st level of the Yuan Dan realm. Yuan Dan realm. Mo Qingyun's cultivation had reached the Yuan Dan realm. After this discovery, everyone's expression suddenly changed, and shock appeared on their faces. Mo Qingyun has summoned his martial soul. Could it be that he didn't use his full strength in the previous battle? That should be the case. Also, his martial soul superpower is so powerful that it can increase his cultivation. Yuan Dan realm is at the later stage of the first level of the first level. Now, Mo Qingyun is qualified to fight with Lung Chong. At this moment, the crowd was shocked. They were looking forward to the fight between Mo Qingyun and Lung Chong. Soul transformation. While the crowd was waiting expectantly, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate to perform the soul transformation, following which his body grew rapidly. Soon, Mo Qingyun completed the soul transformation and turned into a giant red dragon. His body was stronger and taller than Lung Chong's. After Mo Qingyun completed the soul transformation, the battle between Mo Qingyun and Lung Chong turned into a battle between two giant dragons in the blink of an eye. In the battle between two dragons, would the red Mo Qingyun win or the purple Lung Chong win? At this moment, the crowd was filled with anticipation. Mo Qingyun, I didn't expect you to have such a trump card hidden. Seeing Mo Qingyun complete the soul transformation, Lung Chong said in surprise, "Even so, you are still no match for me." Poisonous Dragon Demonic Fist. Lung Chong punched out. His purple fist exploded with a shocking chi mist. Under the attack of the mist, sparks flew in the air as if the air was about to be ignited by the poisonous mist. Sun incinerating mountain splitting blade, facing Lung Chong's attack. Mo Qingyun immediately counterattacked. He turned his palm into a blade and slashed at Lung Chong. With a slash of his palm, Mo Qingyun's palm suddenly burst into flames and condensed into a blade light that was more than 10 meters long. Once the blade light was formed, it emitted a terrifying aura that changed the color of the sky. Ultimacy. It was another ultimacy. Level 5, Fire Ultimacy. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They could not believe their eyes. He was only at the true energy realm, but he had comprehended level 5 Ultimacy. How monstrous was his talent? At this moment, not only were the people waiting in the square stunned, even the old men outside the square were stunned. At this moment, the talent Mo Qingyun displayed had completely exceeded their understanding. Pucci. While the crowd was still in shock, the poisonous fish shadow was immediately defeated and scattered under the attack of the blade light. Mo Qingyun, you have actually comprehended level 5 Fire Ultimacy. This is really surprising. Seeing that his attack was defeated, Lung Chong did not panic. On the contrary, he sneered proudly and said, "However, even so, you will definitely lose today." After saying this proudly, Lung Chong revealed a cold smile and said, "Mo Qingyun, do you feel that your palm is a little swollen and is starting to turn purple?" Hearing Lung Chong's words, Mo Qingyun raised his palm and looked. His palm was indeed purple and swollen. Let me tell you, the power of my poisonous demonic fist is not to injure others. It is to poison them. Seeing the change in Mo Qingyun's palm, the proudness on Lung Chong's face deepened. He said, "Do you think that by defeating the poisonous demonic fist, you can neutralize it? I can only say that you are too naive." "Haha, is that so?" Seeing Lung Chong's proud expression, Mo Qingyun looked at him with a faint smile and replied, "Do you think that a little bit of poisonous gas can stump me? You are too naive." At that moment, while Mo Qingyun was speaking, his swollen and purple palm slowly recovered to its original state. As Mo Qingyun's palm recovered to its original state, his palm emitted a gentle and vital energy. Wood ultimacy. This is wood ultimacy. You have actually comprehended wood ultimacy. Sensing the wood ultimacy in Mo Qingyun's palm, Lung Chong's expression immediately became flustered. He was shocked by Mo Qingyun's means. Although he was only at true energy realm level 9, he had actually comprehended 3 types of saber intent. This was simply too shocking. You have always been the one attacking. Now it is my turn. Mo Qingyun did not care about Lung Chong's shock. After saying this coldly, he struck out a palm at Lung Chong. At that moment, when Mo Qingyun struck out with his palm, his aura immediately surged. At that moment, Mo Qingyun gave Lung Chong the feeling that Mo Qingyun had merged with the heavens and earth. Realizing this, Lung Chong's expression immediately changed to one of panic. Mo Qingyun's current expression was too strange. Saber Force. Mo Qingyun has actually comprehended Saber Force. Feeling the Saber Force from Mo Qingyun's body, Yi Jinglei and the rest immediately gasped. Their expressions became complicated. Mo Qingyun's current performance had completely exceeded their expectations. They really did not expect that Mo Qingyun could actually comprehend something like Saber Force. Sun incinerating mountains splitting saber. While everyone was still in shock, Mo Qingyun struck out with his palm at Lung Chong. An even more terrifying saber radiance was released. As soon as this saber radiance appeared, it shot towards Lung Chong at lightning speed. At that moment, when this saber radiance was released, it exuded an aura that could split the heavens. It was as if the heavens and earth would be split apart in front of it. So powerful. Feeling the aura of Mo Qingyun's saber radiance, Lung Chong's expression finally changed. A look of fear appeared on his face. He was scared. At that moment, a sense of fear rose in his heart. Poisonous dragon covers the sky. Seeing the saber radiance that was rapidly approaching him, Lung Chong did not dare to hesitate. He immediately unleashed his martial soul superpower. Once Lung Chong unleashed his martial soul superpower, a huge poisonous dragon shadow immediately appeared in front of him. When this huge shadow appeared, it covered the entire heavens and earth, causing the light to dim. At the same time, it opened its huge dragon mouth and spat out a poisonous dragon breath of the saber radiance. It wanted to block Mo Qingyun's saber radiance. However, in the face of Mo Qingyun's saber radiance, the poisonous dragon breath and superpower shadow were instantly split apart by the saber radiance. After the saber radiance broke the superpower shadow, it did not slow down and continued to attack Lung Chong. In an instant, it hit Lung Chong's body. Bang! After being hit by the saber radiance, Lung Chong was directly sent flying. He fell to the ground with heavy injuries and spat out blood continuously. Seeing Lung Chong fall to the ground and spit out blood, Mo Qingyun's expression was indifferent. He said coldly, "Lung Chong, you've lost." Lung Chong had lost. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, the surrounding people were shocked and their emotions became complicated. Lung Chong had lost to Mo Qingyun in the end. It was probably beyond everyone's expectations that a lad at True Element Realm Level 9 could possess such combat strength. Moreover, he had defeated the top 10 seeded students one by one in the areas that they were good at. Such a battle record was enough for Mo Qingyun to be proud of. In addition, with his cultivation at True Element Realm Level 9, he had comprehended many types of ultimacies. Some of these ultimacies were not only at the first level. This level of comprehension seemed to be even more terrifying than his martial soul. He, Mo Qingyun, deserved to be number one in the grand examination. Haha! At this moment, while the crowd was shocked by Mo Qingyun's performance, Lung Chong suddenly laughed and said coldly, "Mo Qingyun, the competition is not over yet. Don't you think it's too early for you to say such things?" At this moment, after Lung Chong said those cold words, the aura on his body suddenly became stronger. Lung Chong's cultivation had broken through and entered Yuan Dan Realm Level 4. After this discovery, everyone's expression changed, and they felt extremely shocked in their hearts. Chapter 337. He actually had a breakthrough in his cultivation. Mo Qingyun was shocked when he sensed the change in Lung Chong's aura. He was surprised by this scene. Seeing Mo Qingyun's shocked expression, the smile on Lung Chong's face widened. In his opinion, Mo Qingyun's reaction must be because Mo Qingyun was panicking. After all, the difference in strength between Yuan Dan Stage 4 and Yuan Dan Stage 3 was huge. Mo Qingyun could defeat Yuan Dan, who was at the peak of Stage 3, but it did not mean that Mo Qingyun could defeat him, who was at stage 4, Yuan Dan stage 4. Feeling proud, Lung Chong revealed a sinister smile and looked at Mo Qingyun. Mo Qingyun, I bet you didn't expect me to have a breakthrough in my cultivation at this time, right? Indeed, I didn't expect it. Mo Qingyun nodded and did not hide his thoughts. He paused and said, however, even though you have a breakthrough in your cultivation, the result is still the same. The result is still the same? Lung Chong smiled disdainfully, and his expression became even more sinister. He said darkly, next, I will let you know the strength of an intermediate Yuan Dan stage cultivator. I will let you know what it means to be in extreme joy before sorrow. As soon as Lung Chong finished speaking, he summoned his martial soul. However, he did not undergo a soul change. After summoning his martial soul, Lung Chong did not hesitate and immediately attacked Mo Qingyun with his palm. Poisonous Shadow Demon Palm. As Lung Chong attacked with his palm, a black mist of origin energy erupted from his body. As soon as the mist of origin energy erupted, it transformed into a huge figure that looked like an ancient demon. As soon as the ancient shadow of the gods and devils was formed, its eyes flashed with a cold light. It raised its hand and attacked Mo Qingyun fiercely. Seeing Lung Chong's action, the surrounding people's expressions changed and they were shocked. This is the Lung clan's unique skill, the heaven-destroying demonic palm, a profound grade lower-tier martial art. It is said that the ancestor of the Lung family used this secret technique to single-handedly destroy a kingdom. If that's the case, Mo Qingyun is in trouble. Judging from the momentum of Lung Chong's attack, even an advanced Yuan Dan stage cultivator would not be able to withstand it. At this moment, the surrounding people's expressions changed when they saw Lung's attack. Mo Qingyun, to be able to die under this palm of mine, you can die with honor. After attacking his attack, Lung Chong revealed a sinister expression. Lung Chong, it's too early. Seeing Lung Chong's complacent expression, Mo Qingyun smiled disdainfully and replied, it's not that the higher the grade of the martial arts secret manual, the stronger the combat strength can be displayed. With your cultivation, you're still unable to display the true power of this martial art. Sun Incinerating Mountain Splitting Blade. As soon as Mo Qingyun finished speaking, he no longer hesitated and raised his hand to counterattack. Mo Qingyun threw a palm strike. He immediately unleashed his saber move and fifth layer fired down mysteries without holding back. With the support of blade force and ultimacy, the power of the flaming blade light increased by several times. Seeing Mo Qingyun attack, Lung Chong's face twitched and he became nervous. Mo Qingyun's understanding of ultimacy was far superior to his. He was worried that his attack would be broken by Mo Qingyun. Bang! The blade light collided with the palm of the shadow of the gods and devils. Immediately, a loud sound was heard, and a shocking origin energy storm was emitted. At the same time, the flaming saber chi and the fiend god's palm collided and immediately stopped, falling into a stalemate. They were evenly matched. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. They were surprised by Mo Qingyun's combat strength. They didn't expect that even though Lung Chong had broken through to the intermediate level of Yuan Dan realm, Mo Qingyun could still fight with him. At this moment, while everyone was shocked, Lung Chong also revealed a surprised expression. He was somewhat surprised by the might of Mo Qingyun's saber. After a short moment of surprise, Lung Chong sneered and said complacently, Mo Qingyun, although your intent is high, in front of an absolute gap in strength, no matter how high your intent is, it's useless. So, you should just admit defeat. Is that so? Hearing Han Yang's words, the corners of Mo Qingyun's mouth curled up into a faint smile. He said, today, I will let you know that once one's ultimacy reaches its peak, no matter how big the gap in cultivation is, one can still counterattack. As soon as Mo Qingyun finished speaking, his aura suddenly surged and emitted a shocking heat wave. When Mo Qingyun's aura surged, the flaming blade light's aura that was connected to his mind also surged. As the flaming blade light's aura grew stronger, the flames on the blade light also grew stronger, causing the power of the flaming blade light to increase. Ka ka ka. Then, under the impact of the flaming blade light, small cracks appeared on the palm of the shadow of the gods and devils. Level 6 Fire Ultimacy. Sensing the fire profundity on Mo Qingyun's body, the surrounding people's expressions changed drastically, revealing a look of shock. Mo Qingyun's fire profundity was not at the 5th level. Instead, it had reached the 6th level. He was only at true energy realm level 9, but he had already comprehended level 6 fire ultimacy. What kind of monstrous talent and comprehension was this? One must know that even some advanced primal core practitioners may not be able to comprehend the 6th level of the quintessence. Everyone knew that it was easy to increase one's cultivation, but it was undoubtedly much more difficult to increase one's ultimacy level. 6. Level 6 Fire Ultimacy. After discovering this, Lung Chang's expression immediately twitched and panic appeared on his face again. He really did not expect that Mo Qingyun still had a trump card hidden at this time. Moreover, this trump card was so powerful. At this moment, while everyone was still in shock, Mo Qingyun's aura surged again, and it was several times stronger than before. Level 6 Ultimacy is not enough. Then I'll add another level. Mo Qingyun's face was full of pride. His body exuded a heroic spirit, and a terrifying flame exploded around his body. Surrounded by this ball of flame, Mo Qingyun was like a god of war bathed in fire. His body exuded a shocking aura. Boom! Mo Qingyun released level 7 Fire Ultimacy. The flaming blade light's aura surged again, and it instantly became several times stronger. Then, the palm of the shadow of the gods and devils shattered under the impact of the flaming blade light and turned into a ball of yuan qi mist. Bang, bang, bang. After shattering the palm of the shadow of the gods and devils, the flaming blade light immediately bombarded the shadow of the gods and devils. In the blink of an eye, the shadow of the gods and devils was smashed into pieces. After destroying the shadow of the gods and devils, the flaming blade light did not slow down. It continued to bombard Lung Chong and slammed into Lung Chong's body. Puffed. After being hit by the flaming blade light, Lung Chong immediately vomited blood and fainted. He fell to the ground like a dead dog. Lung Chong was defeated. Looking at Lung Chong lying on the ground like a dead dog, everyone was in a daze. They were shocked by Mo Qingyun's performance. Level 7 Fire Ultimacy. Was this Mo Qingyun's limit? At this moment, such a suspicious thought unconsciously arose in the hearts of the crowd. In the previous battles, Mo Qingyun had brought them too many surprises. He had broken their understanding of him time and time again. At this moment, when everyone looked at Mo Qingyun again, there was a change in their eyes. He suddenly felt that this delicate and pretty young man in the arena seemed to be a little more mysterious. Although Mo Qingyun's cultivation level was not high, his talent and comprehension were enough to make all the other geniuses pale in comparison. Level 7 Fire Ultimacy. How'd this kid do it? Yi Jinglei was in a daze. His eyes widened as he looked at Mo Qingyun. He could not accept this result. To him, this was too unbelievable. It was completely beyond his understanding. This kid is really a monster. Because of his existence, he has given everyone too many surprises and surprises. Jin Yin smiled faintly. His face was filled with excitement as he looked at Mo Qingyun with admiration. Outside the arena. Level 7 Fire Ultimacy. Good kid. The Wahal is looking for you. Good kid. You did not disappoint me. I have waited for you for many years. Bulsh *T. He is my disciple. This kid can achieve what he has today because of my guidance. You shameless bastards. He has not even acknowledged you as his master. At this moment, all the hall leaders were excited. They could not wait to snatch Mo Qingyun back. Luckily, they did not lose their minds and rush up to snatch Mo Qingyun away. While everyone was in shock, Mo Qingyun walked towards Jean with a faint smile. Thank you, Elder Jean, for taking care of my wager. Oh, huh. Upon hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Jean was first stunned. Then, he immediately understood what Mo Qingyun was thinking. He smiled. Kid, you are quite cunning. Your things are all here. I will not go so far as to covet a junior's belongings. Then, Jean threw the Cosmos sack that contained the wager into Mo Qingyun's hand. Upon seeing this, Mo Qingyun did not explain further. He only smiled at Jean. Oomph. At this moment, when Mo Qingyun took back the wager, an elder from the Lung family glared at Mo Qingyun with a gloomy expression. Kid, you actually attacked someone with malicious intent when they were sparring. After saying this in anger, the Lung family elder with a cultivation base at the 9th level of the Pill Palace stage raised his hand and slammed it towards Mo Qingyun. Young lord, be careful. Upon seeing this elder's action, Qi Lian's expression immediately changed. He rushed towards Mo Qingyun in a flash and was prepared to block the attack for Mo Qingyun. However, before Qi Lian could make a move, a familiar figure appeared in front of Mo Qingyun and slammed his hand towards the Lung family elder. Bastard from the Lung family, how dare you attack my disciple? At this moment, when these people attacked, they all had furious expressions on their faces as they let out furious words. Bang, bang, bang. Following which, the crowd saw the Lung clan's elder of the Pill Palace being blasted away by multiple palm shadows in an instant. After the Lung family elder was sent flying, blood spurted out from his mouth. His aura was weak, and he was gasping for air. Looking at his appearance, it was likely that he would not survive. Chapter 338. Heaven Star Border. These people were all Heaven Star Border Realm experts. Moreover, what made everyone even more shocked was that these Heaven Star Border Realm experts were all Hall Masters and Elders of the various halls in Dine Province. Hall Masters and Elders, what are you doing? Seeing the actions of the people in front of him, Jean opened his eyes wide and looked at the people in front of him in shock. He couldn't understand why the Hall Masters and Elders of the various halls would attack the Elder of the Lung family. So it's Elder Jean. You've neglected your duty just now. Hearing what Jean said, the Hall Master of the Array Hall was unhappy. He pointed at Mo Qingyun and said, "This is the most talented student in Dian Province for thousands of years. If something happens to him because of your neglect of duty, Elder Jean, can you bear the responsibility?" Jean knows his mistake. Hearing what the Hall Master of the Array Hall said, Jean was shocked. He nodded and replied, "The Hall Master of the Array Hall was right. Mo Qingyun was the most talented student in Dian Province for thousands of years. If he were to be crippled because of his carelessness in the Academy's waiting square, then he would have to bear a huge responsibility." Seeing the actions of the Hall Masters, a half-step Heaven Star Border Realm Elder of the Lung family said with a gloomy expression, "Hall Masters, you've injured our Lung family's elder. What's the meaning of this? Do you think that the Lung family is easy to bully? Lung Tianlin, do you still need to ask?" Hearing what the elder of the Lung family said, the Hall Master of the Pill Hall looked at him with disdain and said, "This elder of the Lung family wants to hurt our Dian Province's genius student. As the Hall Masters and Elders men, are we just going to sit back and do nothing?" Following what the Hall Master of the Pill Hall said, the Hall Master of the Fire Hall, who had the worst temper, said furiously, "Lung Tianlin, let's cut the crap. If the Lung family is unhappy, just come at us. Our Dian Province has never been afraid of anyone." You, seeing the attitude of the Hall Masters, Lung Tianlin's face turned gloomy. He glared at the Hall Masters and snorted, "Humph. Let's see." After saying that, Lung Tianlin asked people to carry Lung Chong and the severely injured elder of the Lung family and left the waiting area. Hall Masters, Hall Masters, Hall Masters. Looking at their current expressions, it was as if they were a group of bad uncles and aunties who were trying to deceive children. Hall. My Pill Hall is still the best. Just any random pill that we concoct can help us break through. In an instant, all the hall masters and elders stood in front of Mo Qingyun. They were all talking at once. They were all trying to rope in Mo Qingyun. They wanted Mo Qingyun to enter their sub-halls and become their disciple. Seeing that, everyone's expression became complicated. Some were shocked, some were envious, some were jealous, some were admiring. Mo Qingyun was able to gain the favor of so many hall masters and elders. However, when they thought of Mo Qingyun's previous performance, they felt relieved. With Mo Qingyun's talent, it was worth it for everyone to do so. Seeing that, Mo Qingyun was dumbfounded. The situation was out of his expectation. At that moment, Mo Qingyun recalled the situation in the Alchemist Alliance Guild. He couldn't help but sigh. However, there was a huge difference between the current situation and the situation back then. These hall masters were in charge of different sub-halls. It was impossible for all of them to accept him as a disciple. Little guy, you definitely won't regret coming to my Wind Hall. At that moment, a female elder of the Wind Hall revealed a crafty expression. She pointed at Long Han Yin and said, "You know Han Yin, right? She's in our Wind Hall. Furthermore, she's a student of the human class. If you come to our Wind Hall, you can spend time with her." Teacher, Long Han Yin's face immediately reddened when she heard the Wind Hall elder's words. She revealed a shy expression. "Old woman Lin Shi, you're cheating. You're going overboard. You're not being honest." The surrounding hall masters and elders immediately revealed looks of dissatisfaction when they heard the Wind Hall elder's words. In their opinion, Elder Lin Shi's move was too ruthless. She actually used a honey trap. Would Mo Qingyun be able to resist a beauty like Long Han Yin? At that moment, no one had any confidence. Long Han Yin, Mo Qingyun's expression changed when he heard Lin Shi's words. He unconsciously glanced at Long Han Yin and thought to himself, "Elder Lin Shi's suggestion is not bad. If I can interact more with Long Han Yin, it will be easier for me to find out news about my mother." Long Han Yin immediately became even more shy when she saw Mo Qingyun looking at her. She fiercely glared at Mo Qingyun. Looking at her appearance, she seemed to be a little wife acting coquettishly with her husband. The hearts of the hall masters and elders immediately jumped when they saw this scene. Their expressions were filled with panic. Since ancient times, heroes had a weakness for beauties. From the looks of the current situation, Mo Qingyun was about to fall for her. With this thought, the hall masters and elders no longer hesitated and immediately tried to persuade Mo Qingyun. "Little guy, the beauty of a woman is a hero's grave. You can't lose your fighting spirit because of this. Qingyun, you should know the mysteries of the Array Dao. If you learn the Array Dao well, you can casually set up the Array Dao to change the scene when you two are intimate. How exciting would that be? Come and learn alchemy from me. If you learn the beautifying pill, which woman can refuse? At that time, you can have as many beauties as you want. Good disciple, come and learn alchemy from me. When the time comes, you can forge a few soft armors and give them to the person you like. Let her wear the soft armors." In an instant, the excuses of these hall masters were getting more and more unreliable. Hearing the words of these hall masters and elders, the surrounding people were instantly dumbfounded. They could not believe their eyes. Were these still the usual dignified hall masters and elders? Were these the legendary Heaven Star border experts who could shake the world with a stomp of their feet and make people pale at the mention of them? You disrespectful old fellows. Hearing the words of the hall masters, Wind Hall's Elder Lin, she immediately revealed a bashful expression and fiercely glared at the crowd. However, the hall masters chose to ignore Elder Lin Shi's actions and continued to persuade Mo Qingyun. In their opinion, they should snatch a powerful disciple first and slowly deal with the rest later. At this moment, while everyone was talking, a dignified middle-aged man slowly approached. Dean, seeing this middle-aged man approach, Elder Jean Yin and the others immediately revealed expressions of reverence and bowed to him. Huang Zhongyue smiled faintly in response to everyone's greetings. He turned to Mo Qingyun and said, "You are Mo Qingyun. Not bad, not bad at all. Thank you for your praise, Dean." Hearing Huang Zhongyue's words, Mo Qingyun revealed a respectful expression and replied. Huang Zhongyue nodded in response to Mo Qingyun's actions and smiled faintly. After the Grand Examination Award ceremony, follow me to meet the 3 founding elders. Meet the 3 founding elders. Hearing Huang Zhongyue's words, the surrounding people's expressions instantly changed. They were quite frightened by Huang Zhongyue's words. The 3 founding elders actually wanted to meet Mo Qingyun. Could it be that the 3 founding elders wanted to take Mo Qingyun as a disciple? If that was really the case, then it would be incredible. Mo Qingyun was going to soar to the heavens in one go. Once this thought arose in everyone's minds, the gazes that the students looked at Mo Qingyun with changed once again. There were blessings, envy, and worship. As for the hall masters and elders, when they heard Huang Zhongyue's words, they all revealed expressions of disappointment. From their point of view, now that the 3 founding elders had appeared, there was 80% chance that they had no hope. They believed that they did not have the qualifications to compete with the 3 founding elders for a disciple. Following this, everyone exchanged a few simple words before beginning the award ceremony to give out the prizes to the top 10 students. During the award ceremony, Mo Qingyun received not only the heavenly spring jade dew, but also 10,000 core energy crystals as a reward. After the award ceremony ended, it was time for the admissions ceremony for the new students. Once this ceremony was completed, the top 10,000 students in the grand examination would officially become students of the Great Yin Martial House. During the admission ceremony, Huang Zhongyue explained the situation of Dian Province to Mo Qingyun and the others. It turned out that Dian Province was divided into Yuan Dan Realm and Dan Palace Realm School districts, respectively known as the Hidden Dragon Institute and the Soaring Dragon Institute. Within each institute, there were 365 halls that taught students 365 different skills. Apart from this, according to the students' cultivation, the 2 institutes were divided into 3 grades: Heaven, Earth, and Mortal. Students who had just entered the institute were arranged to cultivate in the Mortal class. Once their cultivation reached the 4th level of the Yuan Dan realm, they would be promoted to the Earth class. Once their cultivation reached the 7th level of the Yuan Dan realm, they would be promoted to the Heaven class. If their cultivation reached the Dan Palace, they would leave the Hidden Dragon Institute and enter the Soaring Dragon Institute, where they would start cultivating in the Mortal class. So in Dian Province, the division of students is so clear. After listening to Huang Zhongyue and the others' explanation, Mo Qingyun had a clearer understanding of Dian Province. Several hours later, all the admission ceremonies had finally ended. From this moment onwards, the top 10,000 students of the grand examination would become students of Dian Province. Seeing that the admission ceremony had ended, Huang Zhongyue walked in front of Mo Qingyun and said to Mo Qingyun with a smile, "Little guy, come with me." Mo Qingyun nodded with an indifferent expression as he followed behind Huang Zhongyue and entered the Dian Province's Institute District. Before entering Dian Province, Mo Qingyun instructed Qi Lian and Savage Beast to return to the Tianyin Manor and not wait here any longer. Mo Qingyun thought to himself, he had offended many clans during the grand examination, so it was better to be cautious. Letting Qi Lian return to the Tianyin Manor would make him feel more at ease. After all, Qi Lian's battle prowess far exceeded his cultivation. Chapter 339. After a while, under Huang Zhongyue's lead, Mo Qingyun passed through the entire Great Yin Martial House and arrived at a quiet courtyard. Surrounding the courtyard was a large herb garden. There were many rare herbs planted in it. After seeing these spirit herbs, Mo Qingyun revealed a trace of surprise and unconsciously glanced at the medicine garden a few more times. Dustless cloud guiding planting technique. With one look, Mo Qingyun's expression immediately changed. He recognized the spirit herb planting technique in this garden. This dustless cloud guiding planting technique was created by him in his previous life. Only his disciples knew how to use it. Now, this eminent elder of the great Yin martial house actually knew how to plant spirit herbs. This was too abnormal. Could it be that one of the 3 grand elders was his disciple? Founding Elder Long Eyebrows is an expert in alchemy. He's a top-tier Tier 3 elixir king. All the herbs here were planted by him. Huang Zhongyue explained to Mo Qingyun with a smile when he saw the surprise on Mo Qingyun's face. Oh, after hearing this, Mo Qingyun showed a look of understanding and nodded in response. Mo Qingyun followed Huang Zhongyue to the courtyard where the 3 founding elders lived. When you see the 3 founding elders later, you must be careful. On the way to the small courtyard, Huang Zhongyue warned Mo Qingyun with a solemn expression. Okay, Mo Qingyun nodded. Then, Huang Zhongyue pushed open the door and led Mo Qingyun into the small courtyard with a respectful expression on his face. As soon as they entered the small courtyard, Mo Qingyun saw 3 old figures turning their heads to look at them. Zhongyue greets the 3 founding elders. Mo Qingyun greets the 3 founding elders. Seeing the 3 old men, Mo Qingyun and Huang Zhongyue simultaneously bowed to the 3 old men. Okay, the 3 founding elders nodded in response. They turned to Mo Qingyun and looked at Mo Qingyun with interest. While the 3 were looking at Mo Qingyun was also looking at the 3 founding elders. When Mo Qingyun saw founding Elder Long Eyebrows, he was surprised. As soon as he saw the long-browed doyen, he felt a sense of déjà vu immediately. Mo Qingyun revealed a surprised expression. He frowned slightly and unconsciously muttered to himself, "The long-browed boy, long-eyebrow boy." As soon as Mo Qingyun said this, the expressions of the other 4 people in the small courtyard changed greatly. They really didn't think that Mo Qingyun would actually say such a thing. He really didn't understand etiquette. Mo Qingyun, don't be rude to founding Elder Long Eyebrows. Apologize to founding Elder Long Eyebrows. Huang Zhongyue's face immediately sank when he heard Mo Qingyun's words. He scolded Mo Qingyun. When Huang Zhongyue finished speaking, the silver-haired old man beside him also revealed a displeased expression. He looked at Mo Qingyun and said coldly, "Little fellow, didn't your clan elders teach you that you need to know etiquette? Ingu, don't scare the kid." Hearing the silver-haired old man's words, the long-browed founding elder smiled faintly and interrupted him. The long-browed eminent elder glanced at Mo Qingyun once more, the curiosity in his eyes growing even stronger. "Brother Long Eyebrows, you?" Seeing the long-browed grand elder's abnormal behavior, the black-robed old man among the 3 grand elders asked him a question that he didn't understand. Founding Elder Long Eyebrows smiled faintly and replied, "Mo Qing, this kid seems to have some history with me." "History?" Founding Elder Ingu and Mo Qing were shocked when they heard Founding Elder Long Eyebrows' words. Founding Elder Long Eyebrows didn't explain their shock. He smiled faintly at Mo Qingyun and said, "Kid, can you summon your martial soul and let me see it?" "Sure." Mo Qingyun nodded in response and summoned his Scarlet Flame Dragon martial soul. Scarlet Flame Dragon. It really is the Scarlet Flame Dragon martial soul. I didn't expect to see the Scarlet Flame Dragon martial soul again after 400 years. Founding Elder Long Eyebrows was immediately moved when he saw Mo Qingyun's martial soul. Even his eyes were a little moist. Huang Zhongyue and the other 2 were extremely confused when they saw Founding Elder Long Eyebrows' abnormal actions. However, they didn't ask any further since Founding Elder Long Eyebrows didn't say anything. "Zhongyue, take Qingyun and leave." Founding Elder Long Eyebrows waved his hand at Huang Zhongyue and indicated for him to take Mo Qingyun away. "Yes, Founding Elder Long Eyebrows." Huang Zhongyue didn't dare hesitate when he heard Founding Elder Long eyebrows words. He responded and left with Mo Qingyun. When Huang Zhongyue left with Mo Qingyun, founding elder long eyebrows expression turned solemn. He said in a deep voice, Zhongyue, I don't want Mo Qingyun to come to any harm in the Hidden Dragon Institute if he hasn't done anything wrong. Founding elder long eyebrows. Huang Zhongyue's expression immediately changed when he heard founding elder long eyebrows words. He was a little shocked by founding elder long eyebrows attitude. Soon after, he said solemnly, disciple will remember founding elder long eyebrows words. Afterwards, Mo Qingyun and Huang Zhongyue left the three founding elders' small courtyard together. It's been 400 years. There's actually someone who still remembers me. Founding elder long eyebrows sighed emotionally after Mo Qingyun and Huang Zhongyue left. He revealed a melancholy expression and said, Grandmaster, don't worry. Disciple will definitely protect your last bloodline, even if I have to give up my life. Brother long eyebrows. That little fellow just now was... Yinggu and Mo Qing were both confused by founding elder long eyebrows words. They asked founding elder long eyebrows. Founding elder long eyebrows sighed inside when he heard their words. He said in a deep voice, Yinggu, Mo Qing, this matter is extremely important. Please forgive me for not being able to tell you right now. At this moment, Mo Qingyun and Huang Zhongyue had already left the herb garden as the three of them conversed. After leaving the herb garden, Huang Zhongyue explained a few things to Mo Qingyun before separating from Mo Qingyun. After separating from Huang Zhongyue, Mo Qingyun headed to the registration area and chose the branch hall he wanted to join. A while later, Mo Qingyun arrived at the registration area of the branch hall. At this moment, when Mo Qingyun arrived, the registration area of the branch hall was filled with people. Some of them were new students who had just joined the academy, while there were also a few old students from previous years. These old students were basically here because they saw that the new junior sisters were pretty and wanted to take the opportunity to poach them to their own branch halls. Junior brother Qingyun, you're finally here. At this moment, Yuio called out to Mo Qingyun and walked over casually as Mo Qingyun walked toward the registration area. When Yuio walked towards Mo Qingyun, Long Hanyan glanced at Mo Qingyun shyly before walking over as well. Senior sister Wuyo, Miss Hanyan, seeing the two girls approach, Mo Qingyun greeted them and asked, What are you two doing here? Boss, it's not just senior sister Wuyo and the others. We're here too. At that moment, while Mo Qingyun and Yuio were talking, Ling Luo squeezed out of the crowd at the registration area with an excited expression. Brother Mo, we've already chosen a branch hall. Which branch hall do you plan on choosing? When Ling Luo squeezed out of the crowd, Lu Fangliang and the others also followed and asked Mo Qingyun, Which branch hall do you want to choose? Hearing Lu Fangliang's words, Mo Qingyun was slightly stunned and unconsciously glanced at Long Hanyan. Junior brother Qingyun, you're not planning on choosing the Win Hall, are you? Seeing Mo Qingyun's expression, Yu Wuyo's eyes immediately lit up and blinked at Mo Qingyun. I do plan on doing so. Mo Qingyun didn't try to cover up Yu Wuyo's words and directly nodded in response. Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Long Hanyan's face immediately turned red. She recalled Elder Lin Shi's words and didn't dare to look at Mo Qingyun again. Oh, seeing this scene, Long Yutian and the others immediately revealed a mischievous smile and started to jeer. At this moment, everyone revealed an expression that said, You know what I mean? You guys, seeing everyone's actions, Long Hanyan immediately became even more embarrassed and said angrily, If you guys continue to be like this, I'm going to get angry. Huh? Seeing Long Hanyan's expression, everyone smiled embarrassedly and didn't continue speaking. However, although they didn't continue speaking, their expressions immediately betrayed them. Junior brother Qingyun, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and register for the branch hall. Yi Wuyo blinked at Mo Qingyun and revealed a playful smile. That expression was really cute. Senior sister Wuyo, you're bullying me too. Seeing Yi Wuyo's expression, Long Hanyun's face turned even redder. She pouted coquettishly at Yi Wuyo and was incomparably cute. I'll go and choose the branch hall first. In order to prevent Long Hanyun from being too embarrassed, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and walked towards the branch hall. Look, that's Mo Qingyun. He's coming. Which branch hall will he choose? I've decided. I'll choose whichever branch hall he chooses. Due to Mo Qingyun's shocking performance earlier, when Mo Qingyun walked closer, someone immediately recognized him. Immediately, the new students opened up a path for Mo Qingyun. They all looked at Mo Qingyun with admiration and fanaticism, especially some female students. Stars appeared in their eyes, and they couldn't wait to swallow Mo Qingyun. However, compared to the enthusiasm of the new students, some of the older students didn't look too good. Their eyes were filled with intense jealousy. Who's this kid? He looks very impressive. Could he be a direct descendant of the 3 tribes in one hall? He's not a descendant of the 3 tribes in one hall. He seems to be a kid from a small kingdom. It's said that he's very talented. He's just a kid at the 9th level of the true energy realm. So what if he's very talented? Before he grows up, he'll still have to behave himself. You'd better not provoke him. This kid is favored by many hall masters. If you provoke him, you'll be in big trouble. At this moment, some of the older students looked at Mo Qingyun and whispered among themselves. Just like this, Mo Qingyun arrived at the registration area under the watchful eyes of the crowd. I choose to join the Wind Hall. When he arrived at the registration area, Mo Qingyun didn't beat around the bush and directly announced his choice. Then, Mo Qingyun received an identity token with the word wind written on it. Wow, Mo Qingyun signed up for the Wind Hall. I'll sign up for the Wind Hall too. Seeing Mo Qingyun's choice, the female students immediately broke into a commotion and signed up for the Wind Hall. At this moment, the number of Wind Hall students, especially the number of female students, instantly broke the discipline of Dian Province. Chapter 340. Junior Brother Qingyun. The branch hall you registered for is? Seeing that Mo Qingyun had finished registering, Yi Wuyo immediately winked at Mo Qingyun and asked excitedly. Hearing Yi Wuyo's question, Mo Qingyun smiled helplessly and took out his identity card. Phone. Seeing the word on Mo Qingyun's identity card, everyone's expression immediately changed and revealed ambiguous smiles. Mo Qingyun really registered for the branch hall. Seeing everyone looking at her with ambiguous expressions, Long Hanyun immediately blushed. She fiercely glared at Mo Qingyun and shyly turned around to leave. Long Hanyun's action really had a trace of the shyness of a female lead when her love was exposed. That's not right. There's nothing going on between me and Mo Qingyun. Why would I run away shyly? After turning around and walking a few steps, Long Hanyun's expression changed and doubt arose in her heart. She thought to herself, if I leave like this, wouldn't it mean that I have a guilty conscience and that there's something going on between me and Mo Qingyun? When this thought appeared, Long Hanyun's expression changed and she turned around to walk back. When Long Hanyun did this, it had to be said that this little girl had quite a character and was quite wise. Junior Sister Hanyun, what are you? Seeing Long Hanyun's action, Yi Wuyo's eyes widened. He didn't understand why Long Hanyun had returned. Long Hanyun didn't directly answer Yi Wuyo's question. Instead, she glared at Mo Qingyun. Seeing Long Hanyun's action, everyone's expression changed again. From a scene before them, Long Hanyun and Mo Qingyun looked like a young couple squabbling. After being stunned for a moment, everyone immediately laughed and revealed an expression that everyone understood. When everyone's expressions appeared, it immediately made Long Hanyun extremely shy, and her face turned crimson red. Brother Long, Brother Lu, which branch palace did you sign up for? Seeing this, Mo Qingyun shook his head helplessly. He asked Long Yutian and the others to change the topic. Soul Palace, Sword Hall, Wan Hall, Pill Hall, Ice Palace. Long Yutian and the others replied to Mo Qingyun and told him which branch they had joined. Wine Hall. Mo Qingyun could understand the choice of Lu Fangliang and the others, but he was confused by Long Yutian's sub-palace. Wine Hall, was there such a branch hall? Haha, you might have some misunderstandings about the wine hall. Seeing Mo Qingyun's surprised expression, Long Yutian chuckled and explained, although the wine hall studies the wine Dao, it doesn't brew ordinary wine. It brews a kind of spiritual wine, just like the pill hall's alchemy. After drinking it, it can increase one's cultivation. So that's how it is. Hearing Long Yutian's explanation, everyone revealed a look of understanding. They had a new understanding of the wine hall. Junior brothers and junior sisters. As soon as Long Yutian finished speaking, Yi Wuyo flashed a bright smile and said to everyone, in order to celebrate your entry into the great Yin martial house and joining the Worryless Pavilion, as the pavilion master, I'd like to treat all of you to a meal as a welcome. Senior Sister Wuyo, you're too polite. Hearing Yi Wuyo's words, Ling Luo revealed an excited expression. He thanked Yi Wuyo and said, since that's the case, then we'll be too polite. Hearing Ling Luo's words, everyone was speechless. They were defeated by Ling Luo. At this time, Yi Wuyo added, there's a newly opened restaurant in Flame City. Not only does it have delicious food and wine, it also has exquisite stories of rock falls to listen to. Let's go there and eat. Senior Sister Wuyo, what restaurant did you say it was? Hearing Yi Wuyo's words, Ling Luo and the others revealed curious expressions and waited for Yi Wuyo's answer. It's a secret for now. Follow me and you'll know. Seeing Mo Qingyun and the others' curious expressions, Yi Wuyo smiled mysteriously and led the way for Mo Qingyun and the others. 15 minutes later, Mo Qingyun and the others arrived in front of a restaurant. Heavenly Book Restaurant. Seeing the restaurant's sign, Mo Qingyun's expression changed. He couldn't help but think of Tian in the 100 Countries battlefield. This is it. Let's go in. Standing in front of Heavenly Book Restaurant, Yi Wuyo smiled brightly and waved to everyone. Then, under Yi Wuyo's lead, everyone walked into Heavenly Book Restaurant. Waiter, we'll give you a first-class private room. Walking into Heavenly Book Restaurant, Yi Wuyo instructed the waiter. It seemed like she came here often. All right, guests, this way please. Hearing Yi Wuyo's words, the waiter revealed a bright smile and greeted Mo Qingyun and the others. Soon, Mo Qingyun and the others were led to a first-class private room by the waiter. The private room was in a good location. It had a large window that allowed one to see the inside of the restaurant. Also, opposite the private room was a storytelling podium. At this moment, an old man was sitting on the podium, telling everyone an interesting story. Soon, the old man finished his story. He cupped his hands and said to everyone, everyone, please be quiet. Next, it's junior sister Xiaoya's turn to play. When the old man finished speaking, a young girl wearing a jade-green muslin robe with a veil over her face walked over slowly. Thank you, senior brother Xiaosheng. The young girl walked closer and bowed to the old man. Then, she walked to the side of the storytelling podium and sat down. She took out a zither. She's so beautiful. Miss Xiaoya is like a fairy in a painting. If I can see Miss Xiaoya's face, I won't even blink my eyes, even if I have to die immediately. Do you think your life is valuable? Even if you die 100 times, you don't have the right to see Miss Xiaoya's face. Stop arguing. Be quiet. Miss Xiaoya is going to play soon. Seeing Miss Xiaoya come out, everyone was excited. Miss Xiaoya took out a zither and stretched out her slender fingers. She played the zither and sang. The sound was like the sound of nature. This sound seems familiar. Mo Qingyun frowned as he listened to Miss Xiaoya's singing. A feeling of déjà vu rose in his heart. Boss, you know Miss Xiaoya? Hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Ling Luo's expression changed and his eyes lit up. When Ling Luo finished speaking, the other people at the side also revealed curious expressions and turned their heads to look at Mo Qingyun. Haha, I don't know her. Mo Qingyun smiled faintly when he saw the expressions on everyone's faces as he replied, stop talking and listen to Miss Xiaoya's performance. At this moment, When Mo Qingyun and the others were talking, Yi Wuyo rolled his eyes at them and signaled them to be quiet. Then Yi Wuyo said, Miss Xiaoya only plays one song every day. Today is our lucky day. You must cherish this opportunity. After he finished speaking, Yi Wuyo's expression was intoxicated as he listened to Miss Xiaoya's singing. Seeing this, Mo Qingyun and the others were speechless. They didn't know that Yi Wuyo was Miss Xiaoya's fan. Then, Mo Qingyun and the others listened to Miss Xiaoya's singing while waiting for the dishes to be served. 15 minutes later, after Miss Xiaoya finished her singing, the dishes and wine were all served. Seeing this, Mo Qingyun and the others didn't hesitate and started to eat and drink. After drinking and chatting, Wang Zishu looked shy and whispered in Yi Wuyo's ear, Senior Sister Wuyo, do you have? Hearing Wang Zishu's words, Yi Wuyo was stunned. Then, he smiled and pointed to a direction for Wang Zishu. Then, Wang Zishu walked out of the private room shyly and walked toward the corner of the restaurant. Senior Sister Wuyo, where did Zishu go? Seeing Wang Zishu leave the room, Ling Luo asked Yi Wuyo curiously. It's none of your business. Focus on your food. Hearing Ling Luo's words, Yi Wuyo glared at him. How dare Ling Luo ask about a woman's business? Seeing Yi Wuyo's expression, Ling Luo smiled embarrassedly and didn't ask any more questions. He continued to eat and drink. 15 minutes later. And why isn't Zishu back after so long? Is Zishu drunk? Seeing that Wang Zishu hadn't returned, Ruo Shui frowned and walked out of the private room. She said, I'll go and see Zishu. Just then, Ruo Shui walked out of the private room and her expression turned cold. She said to Mo Qingyun, Qingyun, Zishu is in trouble. Zishu is in trouble? Hearing Ruo Shui's words, Mo Qingyun frowned and immediately walked out of the private room. Once he walked out of the private room, Mo Qingyun's expression turned gloomy and a cold aura exuded from his body. At the end of the corridor, Wang Zishu was surrounded by a few young men. All of them were looking at Wang Zishu lustfully. At this moment, there was an arrogant woman beside the few young men. She was pointing at Wang Zishu with a vicious expression. Bitch, do you know how expensive my clothes are? Do you think you can afford it? You do have some good looks, but with your looks, you're only fit to stay in a brothel and make people laugh. Don't just stand there. Take this girl to the red courtyard of Flame City and let her receive guests. As Mo Qingyun walked closer to Wang Zishu, the arrogant woman's words entered his ears. Hearing the woman's words, Mo Qingyun's expression turned gloomy and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. Then, Mo Qingyun quickened his footsteps and quickly came to Wang Zishu's side. He asked, Zishu, what's going on? It's like this. Just now, I went to the little. Wang Zishu's face turned red and revealed a shy expression. She paused and said, when I was passing by this corridor, this lady happened to be carrying a plate of food. She was dancing as she walked. Then, she bumped into me. Then, she blamed me for bumping into her and called these people over. After hearing Wang Zishu's story, Mo Qingyun's expression turned gloomy. Mo Qingyun glared at the arrogant woman and the others. All of you, break an arm each and get out of here. Chapter 341. Mo Qingyun would naturally not be courteous to this kind of unreasonable person who liked to bully others. Huh, you want me to kowtow to her and apologize? What a joke. The arrogant woman smiled disdainfully. She sized up Mo Qingyun and said disdainfully, also, who are you, kid? You're just a kid at the True Energy Realm 9th level. How dare you order me around? Brat, do you know who she is? As soon as the arrogant woman finished speaking, a second-level origin core stage man beside her pointed at the arrogant woman and said, this is Yin Capital's famous beauty, Miss Ling Xing. She's the top courtesan in Yin Capital's Red House and knows countless officials and nobles. You actually dare to offend her. Quickly kowtow and admit your mistakes. So she is a courtesan. When he heard this man's words, Mo Qingyun looked at Ling Xing with even more disdain. Isn't that just a prostitute? Brat, you are courting death." When she heard Mo Qingyun's words, Ling Xing's face instantly darkened. She ordered the men beside her, "You guys take this brat down and beat his mouth to a pulp." "Yes, Lady Ling Xing." When they heard Ling Xing's words, a few low-level Yuan dance stage men nodded and walked towards Mo Qingyun with cold smiles on their faces. They were all very familiar with Ling Xing's personality. Although she was born in the Red House, she had always considered herself a performer and not a prostitute. Therefore, she hated it when people called her a prostitute. At this moment, Mo Qingyun's words could be said to have directly hit Ling Xing's reverse scale. "Brat, next time when you go out, you better open your eyes wider." When these men walked towards Mo Qingyun, they all had sinister smiles on their faces. They said coldly to Mo Qingyun, "In Yin capital, there are many people you cannot afford to offend. Is that so?" When he heard these words, Mo Qingyun also smiled coldly and replied, "Then do you know that in Yin capital, there are also many people you cannot afford to offend?" "Of course we know that, but unfortunately, you're not in that category." Upon hearing Mo Qingyun's words, a man with a third-level Yuan Dan cultivation base replied disdainfully to Mo Qingyun, "You don't have to talk nonsense with this brat. Capture him immediately." Ling Xing showed an impatient expression and urged them. With a gloomy expression, he said, "Wait, I'm going to smash this brat's mouth. Then, I'll throw all the women around him into the Red House to receive guests." Hearing this, the men no longer hesitated and attacked Mo Qingyun. Soul Heaven seal when he saw the men attacking. Mo Qingyun did not hesitate and immediately attacked. 81 spiritual soul battle seals flew towards the men. Puff, puff, puff. As soon as the soul battle imprint appeared, it instantly hit the few men, causing them to fall into a trance. When the soul battle imprint hit the few men, Mo Qingyun did not hesitate. He immediately took out his red silk saber and slashed at them. Then, the red silk saber danced in Mo Qingyun's hand and slashed at the men's shoulders, cutting off one of their arms each. When their arms were cut off by Mo Qingyun, the men immediately cried out in pain and pain. Scram! After cutting off the men's arms, Mo Qingyun scolded them coldly. When they heard Mo Qingyun's words, the men did not dare to stay any longer and immediately scrambled to escape. When she saw this, Ling Xing's face instantly turned pale. She looked at Mo Qingyun in horror. She really did not expect that a LV9 true energy realm brat would have such terrifying strength. Mo Qingyun ignored Ling Xing's terrified expression and said coldly, "I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and kowtow to Zishu and admit your mistake. Then scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for not taking into account that you're a woman." When she heard Mo Qingyun's words, Ling Xing's face darkened. She hesitated whether to kowtow and beg for mercy. Her cultivation was only at the LV6 true energy realm. If Mo Qingyun attacked her, she would not have a chance to resist. More importantly, judging from Mo Qingyun's attack just now, Mo Qingyun would definitely not go easy on her. At this moment, Ling Xing was hesitating and did not know what to do. In a private room not far from here. "Young Master Wang Lan, what's wrong? Are you unhappy that Sister Ling Xing did not come?" In the private room, an enchanting woman wrapped herself around Wang Lan and acted coquettishly. "You slut! Why are you so eager for me to give you a massage?" When he heard her words, Wang Lan smiled wickedly and pinched her. Then he asked the person beside him, "Didn't I send someone to inform Ling Xing? Why isn't she here yet?" Creak! At this moment, just as Wang Lan was speaking with displeasure, the door to the private room was opened. When Wang Lan and the others in the private room saw the people who opened the door, their faces immediately darkened. They said coldly, "Xiao Bing, why are you doing this? Young Master Wang Lan, you have to make a decision for us." When they heard Wang Lan's words, Xiao Bing and the others immediately looked aggrieved and replied, "It's like this. When Miss Ling Xing arrived, she specially prepared a dish that you like to eat. She wanted to serve it to you personally, but who knew? Xiao Bing recounted the entire process to Wang Lan and the others. That brat has guts. He even dared to touch the woman that young Master Wang Lan likes. After hearing what Xiao Bing and the others said, one of the young men in the private room immediately said angrily, "Young Master Wang Lan, you should go quickly. Otherwise, it won't be good if that brat makes a move on Miss Ling Xing at this moment." Xiao Bing had a nervous look on her face as she urged Wang Lan, "Let's go. For me to have a look." Wang Lan's face was gloomy, and he emitted a cold aura as he ordered Xiao Bing to lead the way. Then, Xiao Bing and the others endured the pain and brought Wang Lan and the others to find Mo Qingyan. After a while, Wang Lan and the others arrived. When she saw Wang Lan and the others, Ling Xing revealed a proud smile. She had a seductive look on her face as she swayed her hips and walked towards Wang Lan. She looked exactly like a vixen. "Young Master Wang Lan, you're finally here. You scare me to death just now." Arriving at Wang Lan's side, Ling Xing feigned an aggrieved expression and said coquettishly to Wang Lan, "If you didn't come, you wouldn't be able to see this servant again. Now, you have to uphold justice for this servant. Don't worry. With me here, no one will dare to touch you." Hearing Ling Xing's coquettish words, Wang Lan glanced at Ling Xing with a mischievous smile. He comforted her and said coldly, "As for the people who dare to bully you, I will definitely teach them a lesson and make them regret their actions." "Thank you, young Master Wang Lan. With your words, Ling Xing is relieved." Ling Xing immediately smiled when she heard Wang Lan's words. Then, she looked arrogantly at Mo Qingyun and said, "Brat, now that young Master Wang Lan is here, let's see how you can still be arrogant." Wang Lan, when he heard Ling Xing's words, Mo Qingyun revealed a playful smile and turned to look at Wang Lan and the others. Mo Qingyun really did not expect that the person Ling Xing was relying on was actually Wang Lan. It seemed that Ling Xing was quite good at finding a protective umbrella. However, Wang Lan alone was not enough to protect her today. "Wang Lan, you're quite impressive. I'd like to see how you'll make me regret my actions." Mo Qingyun looked disdainfully at Wang Lan, and his expression turned cold. He looked at Ling Xing and said coldly, "Even if Wang Lan is here today, you'll still have to come out to Zishu and apologize. You're quite arrogant." When she heard Mo Qingyun's words, Ling Xing revealed a cold and arrogant expression and said, "Do you know who young Master Wang Lan is? He is the son of the Wang family's patriarch and the future successor of the Wang family. How dare you speak to him like that? I think you're tired of living." "The successor of the Wang family?" When he heard Ling Xing's words, Mo Qingyun looked mockingly at Wang Lan and said disdainfully, "Don't say that Wang Lan is the successor of the Wang family. Even if he is the successor of the Lung family, the result will not change today. Mo Qingyun could even beat the Lung family's genius Lung Chong like a dead dog, let alone a mere Wang Lan." "Mo Qingyun, don't go too far." When he heard Mo Qingyun's words, Wang Lan's expression darkened, and he said coldly to Mo Qingyun, "Wang Lan, if you don't want the Wang family to be removed from Flame City, then shut your mouth and scram to the side." Mo Qingyun did not take Wang Lan's words to heart and replied coldly to him. He then looked at Ling Xing and said, "I've already given you a chance, but you didn't know how to fight for it. Now, not only do I want you to kowtow and apologize, I also want you to receive guests in the Red House from now on." "You." When she heard Mo Qingyun's words, Ling Xing's face immediately flushed red. She glared at Mo Qingyun and said, "I, Ling Xing, am a virgin. I only sell my skills and not my body. If you want me to receive guests, I'd rather die." "Rather die?" When he heard Ling Xing's words, Mo Qingyun's expression darkened, and he said coldly, "If that's the case, then you can go to hell." When Mo Qingyun finished speaking, he raised his hand and chopped at Ling Xing. His movements were extremely clean, and there was no sign of mercy. "Young Master Wang Lan, save me." When she saw Mo Qingyun's actions, Ling Xing's face was immediately filled with fear. She begged Wang Lan for help. "Ling Xing has served you every night. You can't just leave me be. Mo Qingyun, don't go too far. When he heard Ling Xing's words, Wang Lan's expression darkened, and he shouted at Mo Qingyun angrily. However, although Wang Lan was furious, he did not dare to stop Mo Qingyun. Ling Xing did not know Mo Qingyun's identity, but Wang Lan knew very well. Now that Mo Qingyun was favored by the Dian province's elders, he was definitely not someone he could offend. Bang! After being hit by Mo Qingyun's palm, Ling Xing was sent flying. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her cultivation was crippled. Served Wang Lan every night? After crippling Ling Xing's cultivation, Mo Qingyun looked at Ling Xing mockingly and said disdainfully, "Didn't you protect your chastity and sell your skills, but not your body?" When she heard Mo Qingyun's words, Ling Xing was immediately at a loss for words. She did not know how to answer. Instead, she looked at Wang Lan with a wronged and disappointed expression and said, "Young Master Wang Lan, can you really bear to let Ling Xing serve others?" When he heard Ling Xing's words, Wang Lan's expression changed. After a moment of silence, he said, "Ling Xing, since you've served me, it doesn't matter if you serve others." You. When she heard Wang Lan's words, Ling Xing's face turned ashen and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Zishu Ruashui, let's go. Chapter 343. Following this, Mo Qingyun left with Ruashui and Wang Zishu, returning to the private room. Young Master Wang Lan, who is that brat? Seeing Mo Qingyun and the other two leave, the youths beside Wang Lan asked with puzzled expressions. In their view, with Wang Lan's status, there were very few people in Yin capital that could cause him to be wary of. Even if there were people that could cause Wang Lan to be wary of them, they were all very familiar with them. Mo Qingyun was clearly not one of them. Wang Lan's current actions were truly a bit out of the ordinary. Is Mo Qingyun? Hearing the question from the youths beside him, Wang Lan's expression twitched as he replied with a cold tone. Mo Qingyun. Hearing Wang Lan's words, the expressions of the several youths beside Wang Lan immediately twitched. Fear appeared on their faces. At this moment, they finally understood why Wang Lan didn't dare to offend the other party. Mo Qingyun, first place in this year's grand examination, held in high regard by the three founding elders of the Hidden Dragon Institute. Once the grand examination had ended, Mo Qingyun's name had instantly spread throughout Yin capital, becoming a dangerous person. A person of this level wasn't someone that someone like Wang Lan could easily offend. At least in Wang Lan's heart, offending Mo Qingyun for a courtesan wasn't worth it. Let's go as well. Seeing Mo Qingyun leave, Wang Lan spoke to the youths beside him before turning to leave. As for the heavily injured Ling Xing, Wang Lan didn't even look at her. From this, it could be seen that Wang Lan didn't really care about her. Seeing Wang Lan's actions, Ling Xing's face immediately paled, despair and regret appearing in her eyes. At this moment, Ling Xing finally understood a principle. A courtesan was a courtesan. She couldn't fly up to become a phoenix. She had originally thought that she could hold her head high and flaunt in front of others just because she had tied up a young master of a large family. Looking at it now, this was a complete joke. Once these young masters grew tired of her, she would once again turn into a wild chicken. At this moment, in a room on the top floor of the Heavenly Book restaurant, Xiaoya, the reason why you stopped everyone from interfering in this matter was because of that little brat, Mo Qingyun. In the room, an old man with a benevolent expression asked the young girl in front of him. Yes, master. Hearing the old man's words, Xiaoya smiled sweetly and replied to the old man. At this moment, as Xiaoya spoke, she subconsciously recalled what had happened in the restaurant in Spring Sun City. There seemed to be many similarities between the situation back then and the situation today. The only thing that made her feel regretful was that the female lead of today's matter was not herself. This kid has quite a lot of girls around him. Hearing Xiaoya's words, the old man smiled faintly and sighed. It won't be easy for you to keep him behind you. Master, Hearing the old man's words, a bashful expression appeared on Xiaoya's face. She looked at the old man reproachfully. When he saw Xiaoya's expression, the old man revealed a doting expression. He smiled faintly at Xiaoya and said, "Do you want me to capture this brat and bring him to the Heavenly Book Pavilion? At that time, no one will be able to stop you." "No." Hearing the old man's words, Xiaoya immediately stopped him and said, "I don't want to see him now. I just want to silently observe him." "You don't want to see him?" Hearing Xiaoya's words, the old man chuckled and said, "Then why did you come all the way to Yen City and ask the disciples of the Heavenly Book Pavilion to help you find out about him?" I was just worried about him." Xiaoya replied to the old man with a bashful expression. "Oh, is that so?" Seeing Xiaoya's expression, the old man smiled slyly and said, "Now you have seen it. Not only is this brat fine, he is also quite lucky with women. Now follow me back to the Heavenly Book Pavilion." "Master, you're doing it again. If you continue like this, I will get angry." Hearing the old man's words, Xiaoya pouted and said, "You don't know that he has offended the people from the mysterious ice palace. If they come and you leave, who will protect him? Sigh, now that you have a little lover, you don't want an old man like me anymore." Seeing Xiaoya's bashful appearance, the old man laughed and walked out of the room, no longer teasing her. "Junior brother Qingyun, why did you take so long to come back?" Inside the private room, Yu Weio asked with a puzzled expression when he saw Mo Qingyun and the other two return. "We ran into a little trouble, but it has been resolved." Mo Qingyun smiled faintly in response to Yu Weio's words. Seeing Mo Qingyun say this, Yu Weio did not ask anymore and started to talk about other topics. Next, Mo Qingyun and the others chatted as they ate. After a few hours, Mo Qingyun and the others finished their meal. Then, Mo Qingyun and the others walked out of the room, paid the bill, and left. After leaving the Heavenly Book restaurant, Mo Qingyun and the others headed to the Tianyin Manor. Now that Ling Luo and the others were members of the Wuyo Pavilion, they could head to the Tianyin Manor and stay in the side residence. After a short while, Mo Qingyun and the others arrived at the Tianyin Manor. After arriving at the Tianyin Manor, Yi Wuyo brought Ling Luo and the others to the side residence and arranged their accommodations. Mo Qingyun and Wang Zishu returned to the main residence and arranged accommodations for Wang Zishu. "Young lord, you're back." Seeing that Mo Qingyun had returned, Qi Lian immediately walked towards Mo Qingyun and said solemnly, "The Lung family has indeed sent people over, but they've been captured by us." "Young lord, how do you plan to deal with them?" "Kill them all." After hearing Qi Lian's report, Mo Qingyun's expression darkened slightly as he instructed Qi Lian. "Yes, young lord." After hearing Mo Qingyun's words, Qi Lian immediately nodded and went to kill, refine, and absorb the people sent by the Lung family. Seeing that Qi Lian had left, Mo Qingyun frowned and muttered to himself, "I didn't expect the Lung family to act so quickly. Looks like I have to strengthen my defenses and set up a formation in the Tianyin Manor." After thinking about it, Mo Qingyun didn't want to waste any more time and prepared to set up a formation in the Tianyin Manor. Ninth Temples. "Do you think we can set up a formation above level 5 if we work together?" Mo Qingyun sent a voice transmission to the Ninth Temples. In Mo Qingyun's opinion, if they couldn't stop a Heaven Star border expert, even if they set up a normal formation, it wouldn't be of much use. After hearing Mo Qingyun's voice transmission, the Ninth Temples pondered for a moment before replying. "Young lord, if we have the help of a Heaven Star border expert, I think we should be able to set it up." Heaven Star border expert. After hearing the Ninth Temple's words, Mo Qingyun frowned and felt a headache coming on. Although there were many Pill Palace experts around him, there wasn't a single Heaven Star border expert around him. After thinking about it, Mo Qingyun frowned and thought to himself, "Should I ask the 3 founding elders or the dean to help me?" After thinking about it for a short while, Mo Qingyun gave up on the idea. Although the long-browed founding elder thought highly of him, he only said that he would ensure his safety in Dime Province. He didn't say that he would help him do anything else. Moreover, Qing Yun didn't want to expose some of his secrets. He was worried that if he worked together with the Ninth Temples to set up a formation in front of others, they would notice something. If that was the case, it would be very troublesome, and he would be in a very passive position. Young Lord, although we can't set up a formation that can block a Heaven Star Border expert directly, we can set up a combination of formations. At this moment, while Qing Yun was having a headache, the Ninth Temples gave him an idea and said in a deep voice, if we combine multiple level 4 formations together, we can also block some ordinary Heaven Star Border experts. As long as it's not a Heaven Star Border Stage 3 expert, they won't be able to break the formation easily. Combination formation? After hearing the Ninth Temple's words, Qing Yun's eyes lit up, and he said impatiently, if that's the case, let's not hesitate and set up the formation immediately. Immediately, Qing Yun and the Ninth Temples worked together to set up a formation to strengthen the Tianyin Manor's defense. After all, the Tianyin Manor's strength was still too weak compared to a super clan like the Lung family. At least in terms of Heaven Star Border experts, they were too weak. Therefore, it wouldn't be wrong to be cautious. One day later, under the joint efforts of Qing Yun and the Ninth Temples, a 5-layered combination formation was completed and enveloped the entire Tianyin Manor. Young Lord, it's good that you've gained a lot from the 100 Countries battlefield. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to set up this 5-layered combination formation. Seeing that the combination formation was completed, the Ninth Temples said with joy and excitement. After setting up the formation, Qing Yun went to find Yi Wuyo and the others and explained to them how to enter the combination formation. After doing all this, Qing Yun finally relaxed and returned to the Tianyin Manor. He found a quiet room and began to cultivate. There are still 4 days until the academy officially opens. In the room, Qing Yun calculated the time and thought to himself, I hope I can break through to Yuan Dan's stage in these 4 days. After thinking about this, Qing Yun no longer hesitated and immediately began to refine the heavenly spring essence tempering golden pill to break through. Then, Qing Yun took out the scarlet blaze cauldron. After taking out the scarlet blaze cauldron, Qing Yun took out the various herbs and arranged them in an orderly manner beside him. Seeing that everything was ready, Qing Yun sent a wisp of soul fire into the scarlet blaze cauldron and threw the herbs into the scarlet blaze cauldron. Once the herbs were placed into the scarlet blaze cauldron by Qing Yun, they were quickly smelted and turned into medicinal liquid. Seeing that the herbs were smelted, Qing Yun purified the medicinal liquid and removed the impurities. After a few hours, the purification of the medicinal liquid was finally completed. Seeing this, Qing Yun no longer hesitated and immediately solidified the medicinal liquid to form the pill. This process continued for a few more hours. Then a pill fragrance floated out of the scarlet blaze cauldron and instantly filled the room. Chapter 344. Seeing that the heavenly spring quenching golden pill had been successfully refined, Qing Yun opened the cauldron and waved his hand inside. Then, a green elixir filled with spirit energy appeared in his hand. The heavenly spring quenching golden pill has been refined. I can now break through to the Yuan Dan stage. Looking at the heavenly spring quenching golden pill in his hand, Qing Yun did not hesitate and directly consumed it. As soon as he consumed the heavenly spring quenching golden pill, Qing Yun felt a burning sensation in his body. As soon as this feeling appeared, Qing Yun felt that the Yuan power in his body was being refined bit by bit. After this discovery, Qing Yun was immediately overjoyed. He began to refine the medicinal power of the heavenly spring quenching golden pill to refine the Yuan power in his body. As Qing Yun refined the medicinal power of the heavenly spring quenching golden pill, the burning sensation in his body immediately became more intense. However, Qing Yun did not give up. On the contrary, He worked even harder to refine and absorb the medicinal power. One day later, Mo Qingyun realized that the burning sensation in his body had disappeared. At this moment, the yuan power in Mo Qingyun's body had reached an extreme degree of condensation. At this moment, Mo Qingyun could clearly feel that the strength of his yuan power was at least 3 to 5 times stronger than before. After this discovery, Mo Qingyun subconsciously felt that the strength of his yuan power was now no weaker than that of a yuan dance stage 1 expert. I wonder how much our strength will increase after we break through to the yuan dance stage. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Mo Qingyun's face lit up with anticipation, and he immediately began to break through to the yuan dance stage. I can finally practice the 9-pill heavenly technique. For this martial arts secret manual, I was besieged by 3 supreme being experts. As soon as he thought about being able to practice the 9-pill heavenly technique, Mo Qingyun's heart immediately became excited. It was said that those who met the highest requirements of the 9-pill heavenly technique could condense 9 yuan dan and open up 9 elixir palaces in the future. Just imagining such power was enough to make one's blood boil. Immediately after, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and immediately began to cultivate the 9-pill transforming heaven technique. According to the records in the 9 pills transforming heavens technique, when condensing the yuan dan stage, one needs to fuse the profound force with the yuan dan. Mo Qingyun recalled the description of the 9 pills of heaven technique and began to cultivate according to the cultivation method of the 9 pills of heaven technique. According to the 9 yuan dan transforming heavens technique, condensing the first yuan dan is the most crucial moment. This is related to the number of yuan dan condensed in the future. When you condense the first yuan dan, the higher the level of your power Upanishad, the more yuan dan you can condense in the future. Thinking up to this point, Mo Qingyun's heart immediately trembled. His face revealed a joyful expression as he said to himself, "Fortunately, my fire profound force has reached the 9th level. Otherwise, if I were to cultivate the 9 pills transforming heavens technique, I wouldn't be able to break through to the yuan dance stage." With Mo Qingyun's personality, if he couldn't condense 9 yuan dan while cultivating the 9 pills transforming heavens technique, he would rather not break through to the yuan dance stage now. After briefly recalling the 9 pills transforming heavens technique, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and immediately fused the fire profound force with his yuan dan. Fusing the profound force with his yuan dan wasn't as simple as Mo Qingyun had imagined. At first, he had just fused the profound force with his yuan dan. Once he removed his control, the profound force and yuan dan quickly separated. After realizing this, Mo Qingyun couldn't help but furrow his brows. However, Mo Qingyun didn't give up just because of this. Instead, he began to patiently and tirelessly try. Following this, Mo Qingyun continued to cultivate in such a boring manner. 3 days later, after continuous efforts, Mo Qingyun finally managed to fuse the profound force with his yuan dan. As the fire profound force fused with his yuan dan, the yuan dan in Mo Qingyun's body was completely transformed into the fire profound force. The fire profound force is so strong. After sensing the yuan dan in his body slightly, Mo Qingyun's expression immediately changed to one of shock. A strong sense of surprise rose in his heart. He could clearly feel that the yuan dan experts in his body were more than a few times stronger than before. Now, he had the confidence that if he were to fight with Lung Chong, he would be able to defeat him without using his martial soul or martial skills. Next, it's time to condense the yuan dan. After a brief moment of surprise, Mo Qingyun didn't hesitate and immediately began to condense the yuan dan. Condensing the yuan dan was much easier for Mo Qingyun than fusing yuan dan with profound force. After all, he was once a supreme being expert. Condensing the yuan dan couldn't be any easier for him. One day later, in the small house, Mo Qingyun's aura suddenly surged and became several times stronger than before. As his aura grew stronger, Mo Qingyun's face immediately lit up with joy, and he opened his eyes excitedly. His cultivation had finally broken through to the Yuan Dan stage. Seeing that his cultivation had broken through to the Yuan Dan stage, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and began to sense his Yuan Dan. After sensing for a while, Mo Qingyun discovered that there was an additional red Yuan Dan in his dantian. After a simple sensing, Mo Qingyun discovered that there were 9 clear runes on the Yuan Dan. This meant that his Yuan Dan had reached the 9th grade. The 9th grade Yuan Dan is 2 grades higher than the 7th grade Yuan Dan I condensed in my previous life. After knowing the grade of his Yuan Dan, Mo Qingyun smiled faintly and began to stabilize his cultivation without hesitation. Several hours later, Mo Qingyun, who was in the middle of cultivation, slowly opened his eyes. His cultivation had finally stabilized. After stabilizing his cultivation, Mo Qingyun no longer hesitated and slowly stood up. At this moment, after Mo Qingyun stood up, his expression immediately changed and revealed a trace of unease. He thought to himself, "Oh no, it took a lot of time to fuse the fire profound force with Yuan Dan. I seem to have missed the start of the school term in Dian Province. I hope I can still make it in time." After discovering this, Mo Qingyun immediately walked out of the house and left the Tianyin Manor for Dian Province. Dian Province Hidden Dragon Institute. The news of Mo Qingyun joining the Wind Hall quickly spread among the students. When the various hall masters learned that Mo Qingyun had joined the Wind Hall, they were immediately shocked and could not believe their ears. Mo Qingyun had quietly joined the Wind Hall. Compared to the surprise and depression of the other hall masters, the Wind Palace's hall masters and elders all had bright smiles on their faces when they received the news. Mo Qingyun has joined our Wind Hall. Lin Tang, the Wind Hall's hall master, was pleasantly surprised and excited. He looked at Elder Lin Shi and said with a smile, "Second sister, you did very well this time. It seems that this Mo Qingyun is a romantic youth. No wonder he is attracted to beauties. Hee, with Han Yan's beauty, how many students in Dian Province can resist her?" Lin Shi chuckled and replied to Lin Tang with an awkward expression. "Using Han Yan as a reason to get Mo Qingyun to join our Wind Hall is a little shady, and it's nothing. Long Han Yan didn't have a matchmaker, and Mo Qingyun hasn't married yet. It's not impossible for a talented man and a beautiful woman to be a couple." Lin Tang chuckled and waved his hand, interrupting Lin Shi's words. Looking at his current appearance, he did not feel that Lin Shi's actions were inappropriate. "Big brother, don't forget." When Lin Shi heard Lin Tang's words, she immediately frowned and said with some worry, "Now the people of the 5 major forces are spreading the news that the Long family intends to let Long Han Yan and the Long family marry. It's just that they haven't said it publicly. What if Mo Qingyun and Long Han Yan? This is really a little troublesome." Hearing Lin Shi's words, Lin Tang frowned and some worry rose in his heart. He paused and said, "We'll talk about this later. Mo Qingyun and Long Han Yan might not have any progress." "Okay." Lin Shi nodded, but her brows were still tightly knitted. She was obviously a little worried. If her guess was true, it would be troublesome. In 4 days, when the academy starts, the elders of the various halls will accept disciples. Lin Tang calculated the time and revealed a solemn expression. He said to the people in front of him, "When the people of the other halls find out that Mo Qingyun has joined our Wind Hall, they will definitely not let it go. They will probably play some tricks when the elders accept disciples. When the time comes, we have to be careful not to let them ruin the Wind Hall's elders' acceptance." "Yes, Hall Master." Hearing Lin Tang's instructions, everyone immediately responded. At this moment, while the people of the Wind Hall were discussing, the other hall masters and elders of the other halls were also discussing. "We made a mistake this time. I didn't expect that Mo Qingyun is actually a playboy. He joined the Wind Hall because of Long Han Yan. A fair lady is a good match for a gentleman. This can't be helped. Why doesn't our tool hall have a few girls? Mo Qingyun, that brat, let the girl beside him come to my pill hall, but he went to the wind hall himself. Lin, she is a little more skilled this time. However, that girl beside him, Qingyun, Ruoshui, is still in my ice hall. I will pull her over sooner or later. The wind hall dares to snatch our array hall's disciple. I will let your wind hall's elders accept disciples and make it more lively. When the hall masters of the various halls found out that Mo Qingyun had joined the wind hall, they gathered together, and each of them had their own ulterior motives. At this moment, when the hall masters of the various halls had their own ulterior motives, within the Hidden Dragon Institute, a rumor that slandered Mo Qingyun was crazily spreading. Have you heard? Mo Qingyun joined the Dian province for Long Hanyan. Your news is wrong. I heard that Mo Qingyun joined the Dian province to deceive the female students in the institute. Mo Qingyun is such a playboy. He has so many beautiful girls by his side, but he is still eating from the bowl and hogging the pot. We must stop Mo Qingyun. We can't let him succeed. We must ruin his reputation. Yes, we must let the female students see Mo Qingyun's true colors. In an instant, the rumor about Mo Qingyun became more and more ridiculous. Some of the old students of the Dian province immediately united against a common enemy after hearing this rumor. Looking at them, it was as if they were the embodiment of justice, and Mo Qingyun was the reincarnation of a devil. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.